Colleagues from the Council of Ministers, leaders of the electronics and semiconductor industry, investors, academics, and friends, semiconductors are playing a critical role in the world in more ways than we can imagine. It is our collective aim to establish India as one of the key partners in global semiconductor supply chains. We want to work in this direction based on the principle of high-tech, high-quality, and high reliability. India is headed for robust economic growth. We have the world's fastest growing startup ecosystem. New unicorns are coming up every few weeks. India's own consumption of semiconductors is expected to cross $80 billion by 2026 and $110 billion by 2030. We have an exceptional semiconductor design talent pool, which makes up to 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers. Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have the design and R&D centers in our country. We recently announced SemiconIndia program with a total outlay of over $10 billion. This program aims to provide financial support to companies investing in semiconductors, display manufacturing, and design ecosystem. We are aware that in order for a semiconductor ecosystem to flourish, it is necessary to ensure adequate support from the government. Allow me to put our approach in the language of semiconductors itself. In earlier times, industries were ready to do their work, but the government was like a NOT gate. When any input flows into the NOT gate, it gets negated. So many needless compliances and no ease of doing business. But we understand that the government must be like the end gate. While the industry works hard, the government works even harder. I would like to assure you that we will continue to support the industry in future as well. A new world order is forming and we must seize this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the message of the Honorable Prime Minister, spelling out the vision which the Prime Minister has. Extend good greetings to our Honorable Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji. So, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar to all present here. Good greetings to everyone of the day and of the event. And on behalf of METI, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, I welcome you all to the third Roadshow on SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative launched by METI. Would like to mention, ladies and gentlemen, that METI is organizing series of these roadshows across the country so as to encourage and stimulate the young minds and the next generation semiconductor designers and innovators, and further promote a culture of co-development and joint ownership of IPs with active participation with the industry. Also promote the indigenous development of the semiconductor chips in the country for automotive, computing, and the mobility sectors, all with the very aim of making India self-reliable, building a more robust, vibrant, and a globally competitive semiconductor innovation, design, and manufacturing ecosystem in the country, which will not only make India self-reliable, but at the same time also position India on the global semiconductor map. So with this very aim, as we have the roadshow, in this we are going to be sharing with you what the SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative is, the various hand-holding and the programs and the schemes of the Government of India. We also bring to you the various opportunities which are there for the future design startups across sectors, and also share with you some of the success stories of the global entrepreneurs who are designing in India and making for the world. Would also like to mention that, as mentioned, this is the third roadshow we have. The first roadshow we had at the Karnavati University in Gujarat. The second one was at IIT Bangalore, and now we are in this premier center of excellence at IIT Delhi. And all these roadshows have been attended and well received by the global semiconductor majors joining, the future design startups, and we have, of course, the policymakers, senior officials from the ministry, across ministries joining, and then also the venture capitalists, for this is a very cost-intensive sector also. So we thank everyone for taking our time and being a part of this roadshow. But at the very onset, we would like to place our utmost thanks and gratitude to our Honorable Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, he's the brainchild of this entire initiative and of the roadshow. He's the Chairman Steering Committee of the SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative. As we all know, he's himself a former chip designer, and one of the pioneers of India's largest and earliest mobile networks in the country. And now, as the Honorable Minister, holding the twin responsibilities of being the Minister of State for Electronics and Information Technology, and also the skill development and entrepreneurship, he's further taking the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of the Government of India towards making India a trillion-dollar tech economy by 25-26, and also making India the world skill hub. So many gratitude to the Honorable Minister for igniting these young minds here with this program. And now once again, with your applause, I would like to request and invite our Honorable Minister to please join us here on the stage. Would also like to request Professor Rangan Banerjee, the Director IIT Delhi, to please escort the Honorable Minister. And in fact, as we once again express our regards and gratitude to the Honorable Minister, may I request Professor Rangan Banerjee to kindly present the Angavastram and special memento to the Honorable Minister, sir. So we now formally inaugurate the third roadshow as per our Indian traditions and customs by lighting the ceremonial lamp. I would also like to invite here on the dais Dr. Hitoshi Shibata, the President and the CEO of Renesas Electronics, to please join. Dr. Vivek Lal, the Chief Executive, General Atomics Global Corporation. Would also like to invite Girija Vedi of VVDN Technologies, Dr. Susmita Chakrabarti from Synopsys, Professor Jasdeep Kaur from the Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, and Ms. Vrinda Kapoor from Third iTech. Requesting them to all join as we have the lighting of the lamp, requesting the Honorable Minister, sir, and Professor Rajeev Professor Rangan Banerjee, requesting our keynote speakers and everyone. So with the good greetings and good wishes of everyone, and invoking the blessings of the Supreme Power, we mark the auspicious inauguration of the third Roadshow on SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative launched by METI.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं
तो ईश्वर की स्तुति और वंदना के साथ और सभी की शुभकामनाओं के साथ हमारा आज का ये तीसरा रोड शो, इसका शुभारंभ
शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः।
तो सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामय और सभी का कल्याण हो। इसी मंगल कामना के साथ हमारा तीसरा रोड शो का शुभारंभ माननीय मंत्री जी के कर कमलों द्वारा and with our keynote speakers and all the other dignitaries. Thank you. May I request our distinguished keynote speakers to please be taking their seats on the stage. And now may I request Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, for his welcome address.
Good morning. On behalf of the Institute, it's a great privilege and pleasure for us to be co-hosting this third Semicon Design Roadshow. It's my great pleasure to welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Minister for Information Technology and Electronics. And today, we were just listening to him while and we heard his vision of transforming in India into a leader in the semiconductor space, whether it is design, whether it is manufacturing. And I'd also like to welcome the people who are there from the industry and the startups. We'd like to just say in IIT Delhi that semiconductors and deep tech is an important area for us, both in terms of training, capacity building, and research. We have a MTech program in VLSI design, tools, and technology. This has started from 1996. And it is a fully sponsored program where we have people sponsored by the industry and they go into the semiconductor, the VLSI design industry. We also have an MTech program in electrical engineering, which is on integrated electronics and circuits. We assure you that we are keen to partner with the ministry and the industry to see that we can, in these areas, we provide the necessary inputs in terms of thoughts and ideas for capacity building. We also wish to catalyze the innovation ecosystem. We already have business incubators, technology TBIUs, a technology business incubator, and we have a startup ecosystem. We have the Atal Innovation Center, and we would like to do more. We would like to see that our young minds actually run with their ideas and we enable their ideas getting transformed not just into prototypes but into scaling and capturing the market. This is something which is consistent with the Prime Minister's vision of us becoming Atmanirbhar, and we would like to see that we play our role in catalyzing this innovation ecosystem. So we are delighted to be here with you on this semiconductor design show, and I'd like to welcome all the delegates, startups and industry personnel. Please do count us as a partner. We have a nano research facility, we have many characterization and fabrication facilities which will be open to you, and you can utilize this. Also, please tell us what more you would like in terms of inputs from IIT Delhi. We believe that the targets and the vision set by the Honorable Prime Minister are things that we have to work together to achieve, and we would like to work with you and see, because this is something which is a challenge and an opportunity. We are keen to see that we play our just role in this as an academic partner, as a partner who can help create an enabling ecosystem so that India really becomes a leader in this space. So we are delighted to be here, and I hope that this meeting becomes the initiation of future interactions between IIT Delhi and all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your views and your support and partnership with the Government of India. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we walk you through the SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative launched by METI, and towards that we present you a short film. If you can have the film, please.
What will propel India into its decade? Innovation, technology, the power of young Indians. It is all this and more. As technology becomes an integral part of our everyday life and India rapidly grows its electronics capabilities, so will the demand for semiconductors. The building block of tech increase manifold. In December 2021, the Government of India announced a special program for the development of semiconductors in India with incentives worth Rs 76,000 crores. Driven by cutting-edge innovation, brilliant minds and unbridled opportunities in a conducive environment, India's semiconductor story is emerging from decades of being ignored into an ecosystem with which the world is partnering fast.
We have an exceptional semiconductor design talent pool, which makes up to 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers. Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have their design and R&D centers in our country.
A few years ago, hardware-driven performance moved tech. But today, the game lies in design and innovation for the next generation of computing and communication performance. With this in mind, future growth in computing performance will come from semiconductor and electronics systems design innovation.
Dholera is positioned to become a huge electronics innovation hub. आप जानते ही हैं कि धोलेरा में भारत का फर्स्ट सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट बनेगा, एंड उस सेमीकंडक्टर प्लांट में लेगेसी नोड्स और एडवांस नोड्स दोनों होंगे. तो हमारे ऑटोमोटिव सेगमेंट, हमारे कंप्यूट सेगमेंट और मोबिलिटी सेगमेंट को काफी सारा वहां से सेमीकंडक्टर सप्लाई होगा.
With the world's fastest growing startup culture committed to establishing a vibrant electronics and semiconductor ecosystem for the benefit of the entire world, the road ahead for India is filled with promise. Its ambition is to see India-based startups reimagining, developing and co-developing automotive, mobility and computing devices and cores for the coming wave of technological innovation and disruption.
The SemiconIndia program is going to be a game changer for product companies like us. This program will help us create the next generation of RF IPs that will make India a leader in 6G.
We're looking to partner with AI startups to build data centers, new AI applications, and share what we know about next generation AI hardware and software.
I'm committed to participate in it and take this vision, mission forward for India to become a leading semiconductor nation. I'm also excited about the opportunity for the entrepreneurs to participate in contributing towards design and leveraging the design linked incentives.
Over a period of 15 years, Sankhya has raised institutional investment monies from marquee investors around the world. Now we are part of the famed Tata Group. And if someone with limited resources and intellect, as we could do, I'm sure you could do better.
Today, India has emerged as a tech leader with more and more opportunities for young Indians to pursue and succeed. The next wave of innovation in semiconductor devices can and must be architected and designed by our startups. India's rich demographic advantage, abundant talent, skilled workforce, and commitment to responsible economic growth for the betterment of humanity, India is opening up to become the global semiconductor hub. Its burgeoning domestic demand and proven ability to deliver as a trusted global supply chain partner offer unparalleled opportunities in the semiconductor industry. Come, be a part of New India's Techade. Come, be a SemiconIndia's future design startup.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard and saw that India has the potential, the capacity and the capability to be a global semiconductor hub. But then to offset the barriers of entry because of the expensive EDA tools, the Government of India has created a unique facility at CDAC, Bangalore. That's the Chip-in Center. Now, this is going to be one of its kind unique facility, which will act as a one-stop center for the chip design across the country. It offers plethora of EDA tools supporting multiple design flows to bring the chip design infrastructure at the doorsteps of the semiconductor design community in the country. Also, it aims to provide aggregation services for fabrication and packaging of designs at various foundries. The Chip-in Center, ladies and gentlemen, will also help to provide trainings and mentorship on design flows by the industry professionals. So we now bring you the second film, the film on Chip-in Center, the various services which it is going to be providing. Let's have a viewing of the film.
Semicon Future Design Chip-in Center, democratizing chip designing in India. The Indian semiconductor sector is gaining momentum, with design in India being as important as make in India.
Almost all of the top 25 semiconductor design companies have the design and R&D centers in our country.
The semiconductor market is anticipated to reach $820 billion by 2028. It is envisioned to turn India into a semiconductor hub of design talent pool.
For us in India, the approach to catalyzing the semiconductor ecosystem, seeking out its growth, seeking out the expansion is a very, very calibrated strategic roadmap of growing the digital economy into a $1 trillion digital economy by 2025-26.
The government has provisioned Chip-in Center to cater to Fable's chip design ecosystem in the country. It provides fabrication support in multi-project wafer, MPW, to institutions, startups, and MSMEs by enabling access to SCL and overseas foundries. Centralized EDA design tools for IC design flow. Fab compliance checks, validation and integration of designs. Enablement of packaging of fabricated chips. Enablement of characterization and prototyping in a centralized manner. Training on EDA tools. Virtual prototyping lab at Neelat Calicut. Innovative government drives, upskilled and trained workforce will fulfill the chip-in vision of the nation. The steps taken to democratize chip design shall trigger the next wave of startups and unicorns in the country.
So that's the Chip-in Center at CDAC, Bangalore. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we understand the opportunities which are there for the future design startups in automotive, mobility, and compute sectors from one of the leading semiconductor companies of the world, Renesas Electronics. This is a Japanese semiconductor manufacturer headquartered in Tokyo. As of 2022, it is the world's third largest automotive semiconductor company and the largest microcontroller supplier. I invite our keynote speaker, Mr. Hitoshi Shibata, the president and the CEO of Renesas Electronics, who's credited to define and execute the restructuring of Renesas business and successfully leading 3 large-scale acquisitions of Intersil, Integrated Device Technology, and Dialog Semiconductor. Inviting Mr. Shibata for his keynote address.
How does this work? Oh. Where's my slide? This is not my slide.
If you can just put the presentation of Mr. Shibata.
This one? Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to share with you, first of all, who we are, and then I wanted to give you a glimpse of what we do so that you can get familiar with who Renesas is all about. So to begin with, we have roughly 21,000 employees over 30 countries. We do have a sizable presence in India, which is growing very, very rapidly. Last year, depending on the exchange rate, we generated the revenues of roughly low to mid-teen billion US dollars. And we have over 20,000 patents that are already registered or in application. As kindly introduced by the moderator, we are, if I may brag a little bit about Renesas, we are the world's #1 microcontroller supplier. And we are very quickly growing our presence in the MPU space with a focus on embedded applications, not necessarily the cloud computing or big AI training. And like I indicated just now, we have 4 target segments, which is a lot closer and more relevant to our daily lives, beginning with automobiles, mobilities, industrial, infrastructure, and IoT. So yes, we do some business to enable data center cloud and big AI compute, but what's our core is the technologies and applications that are a lot more closely relevant to our daily lives, your daily lives, the daily lives of your families, parents. And our corporate purpose is to make our lives easier, which you can imagine is well tied to our focus on application segments. So our vision, our purpose, is to use all those technologies, semiconductor technologies, to make our lives easier, to make our customers' lives easier, and to make your families and friends' lives easier. So from here on, I just wanted to spend a minute giving you a glimpse of what we do so that you have a better idea as to identifying the potential areas of collaborations in India. I took an example of automobile design and productization. What do you think is the most pain points that many of our automotive customers are wrestling with? I would argue it's the time to market, right? If you remember, auto industry experienced probably one of the most acute pains in the time of supply constraints, primarily driven by COVID over the past few years. And one of the reasons why the impact was mostly pronounced in automotive is everything takes so much time in the auto industry. So typically, from the conceptualization stage to design of component and integration, to be able to take the completed vehicles to the market, to the drivers, it takes at the bare minimum 3 years, and typically 4 or 5 years, even nowadays, right? Which is a lot, I mean, impossibly longer than the lead times or time to market you see for the static devices like PCs or mobile phones. And I see a big opportunity in drastically shortening this time to market, which will make lives easier, the lives of the drivers and lives of our designers and so forth, everyone's lives easier. But that's a lot easier said than done, right? I mean, digitalizing the whole value chain will make a big impact, will contribute in a big way to drastically shortening the time to market. But the full digitalization itself takes a long time to be materialized. So rather than focusing on a tremendously big picture, which will take time to be realized, we are focused on digitalizing what's most complex and what's most challenging within this spectrum of value chain, which is about the electronics component and integration thereof. How we do that? One simple way for us to address it is to provide you with the whole suite of scalable compute devices, beginning with the microcontrollers to enable rather basic applications like power windows or seating controls and so forth, up to very complex applications like ADAS, highly autonomous drive capabilities, with an emphasis on vision and radars and so forth, and fusion thereof. And also, we are very well positioned in addressing the end-to-end transition as it relates to electronic and electric architecture to be architected for the cars. As you know, traditionally, car electronics were like spaghetti, as you see top right. But now it's transitioning to a little more sophisticated domain architecture that you see in the middle, with a view to completely transitioning to zone architecture. You see bottom right. And we have a whole suite of microcontrollers, SoCs, to address everything it takes to enable the transition from this complex architecture to a lot more streamlined, highly sophisticated electronics backbone to enable automobile. And what's important, I thought, especially in a country of India, is that we are not just addressing this problem by ensuring the scalability of the hardware. We are trying to couple this hardware strategy with the digital and software tool strategy. So we are providing a lot of the tools to enable the concurrent software coding in conjunction with the definition of hardware. So you can begin coding your application software from day one, as opposed to having to wait for the hardware-based emulation systems based around FPGAs, or even worse, the samples, physical samples of our devices, right? You don't have to do that now. With a combination between the whole suite of scalable hardware and this whole suite of digital tools, I'm sure we are able to make a big contribution to the automobile space to reduce the time to complete the application software development. Another example is the solution offering that we do to basically address almost everything it takes to make the subsystem in a car. So take inverters, for example, or take battery management, for example, or you name it. We provide basically everything it takes to enable all those applications, to enable whatever you may call EVs or highly sophisticated vehicles, what have you. And even more, along with the same spirit that I talked about, the scalable compute space, what we do is to provide on top of the hardware solution you see on this slide on the left, we provide the whole suite of simulation, emulation, and the verification environment between the hardware and software tools, so that you can tweak or you can even customize the reference design we provide, be it inverters or battery management or what have you, to your needs instantly, right? So that we can, again, shrink the time to market with a combination of hardware and, again, digital and software tools. And which is now going beyond the discrete inverters and battery management system. And now we are working with select few customers to consolidate all those 6 different functionalities that are indispensable to enable a single electric vehicle into one, so that we can, here again, make it a lot simpler and make the lives of our customers and maintenance workers and so forth a lot easier. So those are the glimpse of what we do. So hopefully you now have a little better idea as to what we do. As I said at the beginning, India is and will increasingly be a very, very critical part of our business. And although we have, clear vision, and we have some idea as to what it takes for us to be there, we are still very hungry for the talents and the partners to propel ourselves to the destination we set. So we are here with some of my colleagues to see as many of you as possible, so that we can get the name of Renesas in your minds. And I'm sure you are surrounded by countless number of opportunities, be it partnerships, employment, joint development, what have you. But my point here today is, if you have multiple options, why not pick one with which you can make a bigger impact? Not just on the technology front, but also the people you work with, and more importantly, the people you love, right? Because yes, no doubt cloud computing, mobile phones, everything is going to be critical and life changer. But what I mean by my statement is what we do is a lot more relevant to the lives of ordinary people, right? Everyday life. So if you have an opportunity, why not think of Renaissance? And hopefully, as much as the theme of this conference suggests, the future design is extremely important and exciting, but let's design the future itself together with ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shibata, for your very inspiring and insightful talk with our next generation future design startups. As you said, Renaissance stands hungry for partnerships, so there's an opportunity. Thank you for opening that window of opportunity for all of them, and they can be contributing for making lives of the people more easy and designing for the world. Thank you. I would like to request our Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly present a token of our gratitude and appreciation to Mr. Shibata as we thank him and we present him a memento. Thank you. And now we understand the opportunities for the future design startups in the defense and in the space sectors. For that, I would like to invite our next keynote speaker, Dr. Vivek Lal, the Chief Executive of General Atomics Global Corporations. General Atomics is an American energy and defense corporation founded in 1955, headquartered at San Diego, California, and Dr. Vivek Lal himself, an American scientist who has headed the Boeing Defense and Space Operations in India from 2007 to 2011. I request Dr. Lal for his address.
Thank you very much for that very kind introduction. Distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, it's really an honor to be in your presence, considering you are such a stalwart of this effort, and everyone in this room recognizes your deep contributions in this area and your personal attention to all the details that matter to get to the goals that India has set out. I think Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji's vision and the team at the Indian Semiconductor mission for inviting me to deliver this keynote speech is, of course, a very significant milestone. I would like, of course, by applauding Prime Minister Modi ji's vision for India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is a bold vision. It's a vision that will unite India's youth, embolden India's rising stars and scientific minds, many of which are in this room today, strengthen the Indian military's capability against adversaries, and forever strengthen India's geopolitical and strategic position amongst the world's best. But to marry Atmanirbhar Bharat with developing capability in electronics and semiconductors is indeed a masterstroke. Let me start with a brief introduction about myself. As mentioned, I'm the Chief Executive at General Atomics Global Corporation. We're based in San Diego, California, with about 16,000 people around the world. Our company is a world leader in the design and manufacture of the best high-altitude, remotely piloted aircraft, radars, electro-optical mission systems, and we're not only in the aerospace domain, but also in the energy security domain. Our products, like some of you may have heard, the Predator, Guardian military, remotely piloted aircrafts, have international customers with long endurance, unmanned and capabilities, and that provide persistent situational awareness and rapid strike. So what does that have to do with semiconductors, you may be thinking? Semiconductors will be the defining technology of this era. To make my point, let me quote a line from Chris Miller's wonderful book, Chip Wars. Steel and aluminum decided the fate of World War II. Chips will decide whatever comes next. A little known fact today is that even every item of military technology today relies on hundreds of niche semiconductors. Every single item used by the military, radars and synthetic aperture radars, communication systems, night vision cameras, software-defined radios, antennas, missiles, tanks, rockets, quantum encryption, GPS, satellites and ground stations, the entire military continuum from sense to kill utilizes a wide variety of advanced chips. The foundation in the space and defense industry is arguably, and I submit to you, semiconductors. Radars are a very important element of unmanned aerial vehicles, as an example. So advanced technologies like beamforming, applied AI, machine learning to process data on the edge, semiconductors are the base indeed on which all of these algorithms run. System-level adoption of semiconductor chips is very critical as one, and many startups are in the room, start to evolve their strategies. It is not just the design of the chip, but to scale and integrate the chips with multidisciplinary fields in both space and defense technologies have limitless potential. There is, of course, to add huge interest and investment in quantum computing and quantum electronics with applications in sensing and communication, and I would urge entrepreneurs to take that up as well. It is thus not surprising that the history of semiconductors is deeply intertwined with the needs of the defense customers. From its inception, the semiconductor industry has served critical needs of the military, and it will continue to do so for generations to come. The fate of a nation's military capability, and hence both dominance and deterrence, will be strongly influenced by young minds such as yours present here today, that will push the boundaries of what is possible by producing and building fabulous companies. The opportunity for all of the youngsters here today in the audience, 100% of these semiconductors being used by the Indian military is imported. The Indian government is determined to set that right and move that entire market to homegrown domestic startups. So you can imagine the size of that market. There are a lot of interesting headwinds which open up opportunities in the aerospace and defense sector for fabulous companies. In India, Prime Minister Modi ji has called for Bharat to become Atmanirbhar in defense and to go from chip taker to chip maker through this Indian semiconductor mission. The increasing belligerence of common adversaries and their strong focus on semiconductor technologies, and an increasing geopolitical closeness of US and India, that all come together to create the current situation we're in. And I'd like to elaborate on one such example. In September 2022, our company signed our first strategic cooperation with an Indian fabless semiconductor company called Third Eye Tech. This was our first strategic partnership ever in India. The reason this is significant is that Third Eye Tech is a product of this campus, IIT Delhi. It is a fabulous semiconductor startup that is also one of the futureDESIGN startups selected by the Indian Semiconductor Mission and has won now 4 contracts under the Ministry of Defense's flagship startup program, IDEX. When I first met the founders, Rinda and Vinayak, who are in the audience here today, I was simply amazed. It was an eye-opening experience for me to see this kind of capability being built out of India for the first time. Here was an Indian semiconductor company with cutting-edge capability, building products with proven results, working with both Indian and defense customers. So this is a made-in-India chip, ladies and gentlemen. So as we have continued to work with Third Eye Tech, we realized that there was substantial mutual benefit, and we're working towards integrating their products into our global supply chain. There is another unique angle to this. In 2022, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi kicked off an initiative called ISET, or Critical and Emerging Technology Initiative, to strengthen technology cooperation between India and the US in 4 areas. Interestingly, in Washington this year, where I had the privilege of being in attendance along with my partners at Third Eye Tech, there was substantial Third Eye Tech emphasis on co-development of semiconductor technologies. So how do we get there? How do Indian companies get to the world-class level? Certainly in Third Eye Tech, they had a global board of advisors comprising of some of the most accomplished innovators in the semiconductor industry. It is indeed a living, breathing case study for all of us to look at, and a new, more ambitious global India in terms of a pathway to the future. An India which no longer wants to accept the old ways of technology transfer and low-end manufacturing, an India where there is promise, hope, and ambition, an India where under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi and Minister Chandrasekhar is well on its way for a strong global technological power. Moreover, for young, ambitious engineers, semiconductors are a great career choice. Compared to some other areas of tech economy, it is less crowded today, so there's more opportunity to shine and rise. And the Indian semiconductor train is only just starting. So great time to book your tickets on this. We at General Atomics want to encourage all of you to work with us. General Atomics is strongly committed to supporting the vision of Atmanirbhar India, and we intend to double down on the partnerships with young and bright Indian companies that are building phenomenal technology. An important point that the Minister pointed out is R&D and innovation. That is going to be the root of competitive superiority for India. And we can all partner for a betterment of India and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So opportunities galore for the future design startups, also in the defense sector and the aerospace sector. Thank you very much, sir, for your very insightful and inspiring insights into the semiconductors paving way and revolutionizing the defense and the space sector. Thank you. Once again, would like to request our Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly present the memento as we express our thanks to Dr. Vivek Lal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of us are waiting to hear the Honorable Minister, sir, a technocrat, an entrepreneur himself, and the Chairman Steering Committee of the SemiconIndia Future Design Initiative. I would also like to request our distinguished keynote speakers to kindly be taking their seats in the front row as before I invite the Honorable Minister for his presentation. May I request Dr. Laland. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure after the Honorable Minister's presentation, we have these young ignited minds. If there are any questions, any views which you would like to air, we have a window of the Q&A after the presentation of the Honorable Minister. So please feel free to bring in your expressions. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, sir.
This is not it.
This is not. Good morning. Good morning to all. A special good morning to Shibata-san from Renaissance, Vivek Lal from Global Atomics, to all the young students here, the academia, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for showing up on a Friday to listen to what is not usually a very exciting topic on a Friday leading to a weekend, which is about semiconductors and deep tech. But I certainly hope the next few minutes of this presentation will excite some of you, and following the comments and conversations between Vivek and Shibata-san about the future of tech. There's an interesting phrase that Shibata-san used. He said the whole program is design, future design. We are talking about the future of design. But at the same time, we are in a sense designing the future. And I think that's a brilliant way to describe the coming decade, the India decade, as our Honorable Prime Minister has characterized it. I have had the good fortune over the last 18 months, 19 months to visit many campuses around the country and interact with many, many young Indians. This is the 53rd campus visit of mine, 53rd or 54th, I don't know, I've lost count. And certainly it is a great privilege and honor for me to be in this job, to be given this responsibility by our Prime Minister, to, in a sense, present to you what the future is, what the future opportunities are, and perhaps, if I do my job well, to excite some of you or all of you to be part of this future. Let me start by simply saying this. The decade that we talk about, the India decade, is really a decade of technology opportunities. What in 2014 was a very narrow opportunity of IT, ITES, and then over the years moved to the internet and consumer tech, is now fast expanding to include many new opportunities in the deep tech space, in semiconductors, electronics, AI, quantum. And I will start off this conversation with you by saying that there is nothing in the digital space or in the tech space that India will not be a part of in the coming years, in the coming decade, and that Indian startups and Indian innovators will not be a part of. We will be in almost all things that represent the technology opportunity. To amongst those of you who are young and are looking forward to your future, who are planning your future, shaping the future, thinking about it, I have a simple proposition to make to you. We've all come down the same system, the same educational system. We've lived in India, experienced India over the past many decades. But I say this as somebody who's been around for some years in the tech space. We are certainly today in the most exciting period in the history of modern India. And I say to those who are students today that you are certainly the most fortunate generation of students in the history of independent India. I will break this presentation into two parts. I will quickly give you a summary of why we are living in exciting times, why India is progressing, why this is really a exciting time for young Indians who want to build startups, build ideas, build innovation. And then I have a second part that will talk to the specific issue of the opportunities in semiconductors. You know this stuff, I won't repeat it, but you know that an economy in a country that for many, many decades depended on a few groups, on a few conglomerates, is now fast transforming into an economy which is the 5th largest in the world, soon to be the 3rd largest in the world, that is being driven by, this economic expansion has been driven no longer by those few conglomerates, but by hundreds and thousands of startups, hundreds and thousands of entrepreneurs, and hundreds and thousands of young Indians who are building companies and succeeding. We are increasingly becoming a significant player in the global trade and value chain. Even in areas like electronics manufacturing, where in 2014 we counted for very little in the GVCs, the global supply chains, we are fast becoming a significant player in the post-COVID world as this whole supply chain, whole GVC gets redrawn, reordered. Yesterday, day before yesterday, Cisco has announced a significant manufacturing plant in India. We already know about Samsung, we already know about Apple. So we are significantly growing our footprint in the GVCs of electronics. And I say this because electronics, as you know, is fueled by, and in the video it said, the core to electronics, whatever be the application, whether it's automotive, whether it's power, high power applications, whether it is mobility and telecom, whether it is compute, whether it's devices, the heart and soul of it is semiconductors. We are strongly growing our electronics footprint and electronics manufacturing. We are, in the post-COVID world, one of the largest recipients of foreign direct investment. The world is recognizing the potential of India, both in innovation and in other areas. I'm just sharing some press articles to further reinforce the point that, in a sense, India's re-rating amongst the global community of nations in global trade and global GVCs has been significant in recent years. I'll share, for those of you who like quotes, a quote from Pat Gelsinger of Intel, who said, "I'm deeply optimistic about the coming decade for India." Bob Sternfels of McKinsey says the next decade is not just India's decade, it is the century that is India's century. Michael Spence, a very respected Nobel laureate, economic thinker, observer of the changes in the global economy, says the global economy is undergoing a regime change. India is the outstanding performer now. Omar bin Sultan Al Ulama, who's the digital minister of the UAE, says the future of technology will have the Indian fingerprint everywhere and on everything. So, as I sum up the first section of my presentation, this is the point I want to leave with you, that we are significantly increasing our electronics capabilities, both manufacturing, design, innovation. And we are, in a sense, operating on a goal and a mission of the Prime Minister that we want to achieve in the next decade, in 10 years, what China took 30 years to achieve in electronics and semiconductors. Point number one. Point number two, that having demonstrated our capability in the IT, ITES space, the consumer tech and the internet space, the digital and the tech space and capabilities in India are fast expanding to include deep tech, quantum, AI, semiconductors, electronics, innovation. And the capabilities that young startups will represent will span the entire spectrum of opportunities in the tech space. Semiconductor, quantum, AI, wireless, compute, automotive, artificial intelligence, cloud, power, high power applications. The entire spectrum of opportunities represents opportunities for us in the semicon and electronic space. So now let's get to the heart of this conversation. Why is Semicon India so exciting and full of opportunities for young students, young academics? It is clear in the post-COVID world there is a redrawing, reordering, there is a focus on trusted, resilient supply chains, semiconductor shortages on one hand, concentration of semiconductor manufacture and supply on the other hand, increasing digitalization of the world around us. Automotives are getting digitalized. They more and more resemble a data center with 4 wheels attached. The pace and acceleration of digital technologies in the lives around us that Shibata-san also referred to is essentially throwing up an opportunity where semiconductors are going to be more and more in demand, and we are moving the model away from general purpose semiconductors to increasingly application specific, very specific niches that are going to see innovation, design, device innovation, etc., etc. And for many, many years, for those of you who understand tech in depth, it used to be the case that you could have a general purpose processor and the pure brute force of manufacturing and cramming more transistors into a die would give you the performance multiples that you needed. But the world is now moving to where design innovation, of course, manufacturing performance and the more transistors that you can cram into that, the Moore's law, that is relevant still, but design innovation and softwareization of systems, and therefore software innovations are driving performance. Our Prime Minister has a very clear, amazing clarity about the future of the India decade. And it makes the job of people like us who work for him, work with him, absolutely clear in terms of what we ought to do, where we ought to take the country and the digital economy and the tech ecosystem along with you forward. He says, of course, we have to become an attractive investment destination, but India has to become a key partner in the global semiconductor supply chains, and design in India is as important as make in India. A quick word to those amongst you who have not, I suspect there may be still few people who still haven't heard the headline on what we are doing on semiconductors. Very quickly, very early on, the Honorable Prime Minister in December 2021 sanctioned 76,000 crores of government fiscal support to build fabs, to create startups, to build research capabilities in India, and do a step function jump in India's capabilities in semiconductors. And that spans all the way from silicon to compound, low power to high power, manufacturing to design to research. So that capital is being deployed today to create this semiconductor ecosystem that would be a major presence in the global semiconductor supply chain, value chain. So what is future design or design for the future? Both of them I like very, very much. The phrase to describe this program is essentially 1,000 crores that has been set aside in that 76,000 crores with an option to increase it that will directly bootstrap, directly fund those amongst you who want to start a startup. And the startup ought to be a startup that designs a device or creates IP or creates EDA design tools that in turn help the design and innovation ecosystem. This is the future design team. Many, many very committed, dedicated, highly competent people, minds across institutions, industry, have joined together with a simple cause and a single mission to encourage more and more young Indians to join this, to be part of this, and to create successes on this. I will break here to share a story which I shared with some people earlier in the morning. Very early on, after I had become minister, I went to a university and I was talking to some professors, and one electronics professor turned to me and said, "You really need to do something about students in electronics who are losing interest because they are all going into IT, they're all wanting to become coders and programmers. And it seems that I spent 4 years in teaching them about electronics and VLSI and semicon and system design, and at the end of the 4th year, they find a very good paying job in an IT company and they prefer doing 10,000 lines of code or 5,000 lines of code as the case may be." And that really was, in a sense, the light That said, now, as we grow from ITS, consumer tech, and the internet to deep tech, there has to be a scheme within the Government of India that encourages and motivates and, in a sense, draws the attention of young students that electronics and innovation in that space is equally attractive, if not more exciting, and has many opportunities for success as well. This is a program that has got close linkages with academic institutions and academics all over the country. It's a model that is government, academic institutions, and young Indians at the heart of it to create startups and innovation. Like I said, this is about catalyzing co-development, joint ownership of IPs, creating devices. For those who understand or those who want to get a sense of where the semiconductor opportunity lies, what are the applications, this is a slide that explains where the semiconductors go into what type of applications: automotive electronics, industrial electronics, consumer, wired, wireless, and compute. Future design will drive performance and innovation. This is the point I made earlier. We are very committed to creating this strong capability in India, the strong capacities for innovating and innovation in the semiconductor space. For example, we are completely committed to the open source ISA RISC-V based family of chips and devices. And there's a whole program that is being supported by the Government of India that is centered in IIT Chennai, which is called the DIR-5, the Digital India RISC-V program. And this is just by way of showing you what the roadmap of development of the devices are and the diversity of devices that are going to come out of our RISC-V program and the timeline by which these are being taped out and actually go into silicon and in products and systems. So this is an absolutely clear, crystal clear roadmap. There are many startups involved here, and I encourage those who are looking at opportunities in the semicon space to look at also the DIR-5 roadmap to be a startup associated with that roadmap. Is this real? Are there really startups, or are we just imagining this? If you had asked this question 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, I would have said there are not that many startups. But today, in last count, there are about 27, 28 very strong, hard-charging startups in the semiconductor space. And our target is to get this to 100 startups, globally competitive, creating devices, creating IP for customers in India and all around the world. These are some of the startups. One interesting model, and that is why Shibata-san and Vivek are here, is while we encourage startups to do original design, original IP, there is also a good opportunity for the large companies, the leaders in innovation like Renesas and General Atomics, to partner with Indian startups and to do co-development of IPs, co-development of devices and products. This is something that we had in the second Future Design Roadshow in Indian Institute of Science. We had a large number of companies participate there and all agree that this partnership between Indian startups and foreign leaders in semiconductors is also a win-win for the Future Design program. So I encourage the young Indians in the audience and those who are tuned in to explore. If you think the challenge of heavy lifting and creating an original device or an original IP is too intimidating, that to also explore partnerships with companies such as Renesas, NXP, Intel, AMD, General Atomics, to see if you can go into a co-development startup. Skill, talent, we have an absolutely wonderful curriculum that has been authored by the industry with a lot of participation and hard work, and that is being implemented from this academic year, 2023 academic year, that will, in a sense, give us the largest pool of talent for not just global companies, but also for startups who are looking for talent that will be required as you go into these cutting edge areas of semiconductor design. What is the support that the government is doing in the whole research and the prototyping fab space? The India Semiconductor Research Center is going to be soon announced, which will do cutting edge research in semicon. It will, in the chemistry, in the physics, in the material science, in the manufacturing process technology, in design, and it will act as a hub in a spoke of academic institutions, including IIT Delhi, IIT Chennai, and many other institutions that seek to create centers of excellence in their institutions and amongst their students. SCL, which is the government's fab, is going to be upgraded at an investment of almost $2 billion and will also be part of the ecosystem that will do research and prototyping, will lend itself to research and prototyping capacities for the semiconductor ecosystem. You heard of the chip-in today, and there is such a rapid intersection of all the programs that we are pushing with the India AI, the quantum mission that has been recently announced, that even in areas of AI compute, AI device, and that type of emerging area as well, we would like to explore, we would like to support innovation and startups that are interested. So this is the long and short of what the Future Design program is. It is aimed at encouraging young Indians, encouraging those of you who are students today, those of you who are working with semicon companies and who have an interest in building something of your own. This provides you the bootstrapping capital, this provides you the infrastructure capacity, and it certainly provides you the support, both in terms of, like I said, capital and also the government support to make you successful. To use a phrase that was used, I think, either by Shibata-san or Vivek, I don't recollect, this is the time to be a semiconductor startup. This is an extremely exciting opportunity. This is an extremely exciting time as things are changing. There's a new order that is being built. This is an extremely exciting time to be a startup. And to use that phrase, this is a good time to book your tickets before the tickets run out. And therefore, I'll just leave this slide here for those of you in this audience who were impacted by what I said today, and I hope many of you are, that you register and that you explore this opportunity seriously with your academic institutions, with your professors, and see how you can be part of this million chips, billion dreams vision of our Honorable Prime Minister and our government. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
So thank you to the Honorable Minister for showing us the future of India's tech age. I'm sure there are some views or queries. Can we just pass the mic? Yeah, this side. Either, yeah. Aage. Third row. Okay. This is third. So if you can also introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Sarojit Dudeja. Sir, we are talking of future design. I think future lies in DNA. That has a maximum capacity to store. And we should think on that line if you are talking of future DNA.
So, I mean, I think that's just you're making a statement, and I will certainly not dispute it. What areas a startup wants to focus on, whether it is AI networks, neural, whatever, I think we are not necessarily saying you go ahead and do this. What the government is saying is, here is this framework. It is for startups to discover this sweet spot, explore that opportunity, and the government is here, and the partners such as the companies that are here today are here to, in a sense, partner with those ideas and those innovators.
Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, my name is Pankaj Pramanik. I'm a US citizen. We have, sir, US Venture Capital. I joined UP Investor Summit, Aero India. This is my third visit in 3 months. Sir, we are not getting any help, unfortunately. We have tons of investors. They are in California, where Dr. Vivek Lal came. I am in Charlotte, North Carolina. So please, we want to help India. Foreign direct investment, we need your help. Who are looking for funding? Sir, without funding, you can't do anything. So please help us to connect. Who are looking for funding? We want to help you. And I am, sir, Bengali. So eat fish every day.
So your point is you have money to invest, but you want startups.
So we try to help, and we have investors all are in California. They have tons of money. They want to help India. But sir, we cannot give you the money. We give to the company.
Of course.
So yes.
I certainly don't want your money. No. So that is a problem that is very easy to solve. Today we are here. I am here today along with my friends from the industry because we want more and more young Indians to essentially make it easier for you to invest in them. So I think we are all on the same side of this discussion. More and more of the youngsters here must look at starting startups in semiconductors, and then certainly we will reach out to you to get your checks to invest in them.
Yes, sir. And one thing, I'm a digital guy. Search my name on Pankaj Pramanik and LinkedIn. You no need anything. But my US mobile is here. You will connect it within a minute.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Can you just pass the mic in the front row, please?
Hello. Can you hear me? Right here, ma'am. Upstairs.
Okay.
Upstairs, yeah.
Okay,
yeah, hi. Good morning, Honorable Minister. So I'm an electronics engineer from VIT Vellore, and then I started working at Dell Technologies. So that's where I learned how to, design quantum chips. So then I left Dell and started our own company. So I'm Manan. I'm founder and CEO at Silicofellow Quantum. And we build superconducting quantum chips. So right now we are at the design stage. So we have designed a 10-qubit superconducting quantum chip. So I just want your thoughts as to how we can navigate through the quantum ecosystem or the semiconductor ecosystem. So what would be your thoughts?
There was a slide up there in the end that talked about applying.
Yeah.
So it's as simple as that. There are, I think till date, there are about 8 or 9 startups that have been funded or that have been given approval under the future design. And there is a very simple process for them. You submit your application, it is evaluated by the team at CDAC, the experts, and then they come back to you very quickly. So there is no complicated procedure here. Go to that website link that was put up in the end. If you want, somebody can just put that slide up again. Somebody can.
Yeah, the future design. Yeah.
Yes, just go, and that's it. As simple as that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Namaste, sir. This is Sumant Parimal. This side, sir. This side, sir. Yeah, namaste, sir. It's very exciting to see. In fact, I was talking to my colleagues that in first time in my experience, I am seeing a minister presenting a PPT, which professional generally we used to do. It's exciting time for India. And I'm very sure that under your leadership, under PM leadership, we are going to see next tech revolution. I'm a tech analyst. I'm working in technology analyst and consulting since last 30 years. So I have taken a courage to propose 2 ventures in India. First, quantum computing technology park I propose in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And Dholera is a big dream coming up. I want support from Minister, sir, that we are pumping the money in semicon, that is very much required. But now we have to pump the money for the quantum chip manufacturing also. So what I am requesting you, sir, the kind of incentive and PLI you have thought for the semicon, because semicon is, of course, 10 to 15-year radar. After that, quantum will take over, right? So we have to lead the quantum race. For that, we have to pump similar kind of money in the quantum chip manufacturing, quantum device manufacturing. That is the vision of plan to enable $1 billion US dollar ecosystem in Gujarat in the high-tech manufacturing. And we are talking with all to support, sir, in terms of PLI to quantum chip also, like what you are supporting to semicon chip. Thank you, sir.
I think I said this in the presentation as well. that there are three very cutting-edge focus areas in deep tech for the Government of India. The Prime Minister has very clearly signaled and allotted capital to all three of these: semiconductors, the quantum mission, which the recent cabinet decision has sanctioned over $1 billion, and AI. These three areas are moving ahead with great speed, and startups are the heart of the design of all of these three schemes. In AI, there are startups involved. In quantum, there will be startups involved. And in semiconductor, we are today discussing what we are discussing to get more and more startups involved. Thank you.
Rajeev sir, I would like to pose a question to the Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister, sir, namaste. My name is Kaushik Saha. I am a professor of electrical engineering in this institution. I am speaking in reference to the third slide from last in your presentation, which was to do with the AI data bank that is being proposed to be built. Now, we also know that there's a very strong vector towards the national new education policy by driven by the Prime Minister himself. Now, this creates a very large problem, a complex problem, because this has a strong regional language focus, right? So there are 22 official regional languages, and the problem of intertranslation translates to a problem of complexity of 22P2, which is 462 permutations. This immediately throws up a great opportunity for marrying AI, NLP, and semiconductor for acceleration. Absolutely. May I humbly propose a program to marry the NEP with regional language focus to semiconductor and AI with focus on NLP?
But which is what we are doing, which is exactly what we are doing, which is that AI, natural language processing, and the DI Bhashini mission, which is under India AI. The language focus in the ministry used to be separate. DI Bhashini used to be a separate. Please sit. It is now integrated under India AI. India AI in turn is intersecting with what we are doing in semiconductors, and therefore I said in this last slide that AI compute, language processing compute, we are encouraging startups to co-develop with the majors devices and products that will align to those objectives. Number one. Number two, I actually think the national education policy is a great force multiplier to this, because we have spent many years talking in abstraction about language translation, and when ChatGPT and all these large language models have suddenly erupted, we have found that basically what we've started 4 years ago, 3 years ago, will help us tremendously in allowing not just national education policy, but in one more area which is very counterintuitive, but is very real, which is on content. That the success of many movies in India today and content that are coming out of India is that suddenly a small producer sitting in Kerala or in Tamil Nadu or in Bihar, who would produce in one language content, is suddenly able to create a much larger market because of the ability to translate, dub, whatever. So I am a big believer that we have to make DI Bhashini a very big success as part of India AI, and that hopefully in these conversations there will be some amount of development platforms and development partnerships that will arise between an Indian startup or multiple Indian startups and large foreign companies in creating the AI compute devices required to power these language models and these language platforms. So it is certainly, as far as applications go, the 3 centers of excellence in AI that we are talking about, one of the centers of excellence is going to focus heavily on languages and compute for those languages.
We'll
Rajeev,
take last 3, one here, one there was that side and then there. So, pehle inka yahan par. He had it.
Yeah. Rajeev sir, first of all, I want to acknowledge what you and the entire ministry is doing. Few years back when this program was announced, everybody thought it's like on the paper. But, I'm Rafiq Somani, VP for ANSYS. It's a global simulation company based out of Pittsburgh. And in the last 18 months, we have seen phenomenal progress on the field. And people like in MIT and CDAC and all IITs are doing phenomenal job. And just to give an example, like in semiconductor, we just think about EDA as a software. But if EDA is the fuselage, simulation like ANSYS plays a sign-off as a wings role. And I think your team has recognized that simulation is also an important technology for Semicon and India to become a leader. So I want to take this opportunity to thank you and all the leaders under you, MIT, CDAC, and all the IIT professors. Thank you. Good job.
No minister ever refuses to accept compliments, so I welcome that compliment. Thank you very much. But I can certainly tell you, a lot of this is effort because of the clarity of our Prime Minister's vision in terms of way back in 2015 that India must become an architect and producer of technologies or co-producer of technologies and not just a consumer of it. That is where most of this is coming from. So it helps to have a boss with clarity.
Excuse me.
Okay, so now there are three more.
Excuse me. Hello.
Okay, yes, sir.
Honorable Minister, I'm KK Rao Chaudhary. I'm an energy and environment engineer. I would like to be a little more enlightened with your comments on the utilization of whatever innovative products are emerging. Particularly, to my knowledge, sensoring devices have huge potential in India for utilization, provided manufacturing is promptly started. And so, what is your focus on this part of the business with all your background activities you are doing and you presented to? Thank you.
I think you saw in the presentation when we broke up the applications for semiconductors, industrial was a very large piece of it. And then I think Shibata-san's presentation also pointed to that. Look, with 5G, 6G, the complexity of the internet becoming much more complex, then Industry 4.0 happening almost as a parallel trend, it is pretty clear that sensors and intelligent networks and AI and wireless networks are all converging at multiple levels and intersecting very rapidly. So to say, that's why I put down that slide there saying industrial applications represent a significant part of what the semiconductor demand, where the demand is going to come from. And certainly I see the Indian internet and Indian industry also absolutely aligned to that trend, that we will see more and more complexity of the Indian internet, more and more autonomous presence on the Indian internet, whether it's sensors or any other way. And similarly, that impacting how the industry and what type of intelligence they build into manufacturing with Industry 4.0. So these are trends that we are embracing. We are wanting to be leaders of these trends rather than just mute followers as we were for 30 years.
Rajeev sir, the last question.
Hello.
My name is Sachin Jain.
Can I suggest, can I get some questions from some of the younger participants? I'll come to you. I know we both will think we are young, but I want to go to somebody slightly younger.
Sir, my name is Ishan. I'm from Salwan Public School, TDSC. So, as you said, the new world order is being established. It's not India's decade, it's India's century. With Dr. Lal giving special emphasis on how semiconductors empower Indian military, I wanted to ask you that with introduction of AI and quantum computing, where will Indian army be after all advancements in technology geopolitically?
I am not, it's a little outside my domain, but I can give you a very general response to that. There was a famous quote in 2016 by our National Security Advisor, Mr. Ajit Dual, who's he's like a very, very respected name in matters of national security. He said the future battlefields will be dominated and won by those who are economically strong and who are technologically strong. That is innovation. And if you have to make a choice, if you cannot be economically strong, certainly if you have to make a choice between the two, It is those who will have technology superiority that will also dominate the future battlefield. And I don't mean battlefield as in, that battlefield, it could be any battlefield, cyberspace, any battlefield. So technology is firmly part of business competitiveness, it is part of economic competitiveness, and it is also part of battlefield competitiveness. So that is a safe assumption to make. If after the program, if you sit with Vivek, Mr. Vivek Lal, he'll certainly tell you how they are transforming the battlefields of today and tomorrow in as wide geography that they are. So please feel free to sit with him and understand in detail.
Honorable Minister. Hello, good day, sir.
Good morning.
Honorable Minister, sir. Upstairs.
Yes.
Hi, so I'm an electronics engineer myself, and it really hit a chord with me when you mentioned that a lot of electronics engineers are moving towards IT jobs. So I have seen this firsthand happen. I completed my engineering in 2015, and I did find some dearth in the opportunities in the electronics space back then. Right now I work with a company called ElectroRent. When we think about building an ecosystem of talent that is ready to go in the market and work on the current technologies, one of the common challenges there is that the equipment usually that we are provided in our institutions are obsolete, right? So instead of making capital expenditure towards procuring permanently an equipment which might go obsolete within say 2 to 3 years time, can the government or does the government in its policy consider using operational expenses to procure these on rental basis, so that as and when the technology changes, instead of owning the equipment, the institutions can have these on rental basis, all kinds of test and measurement equipment.
Okay. What is your name?
My name is Brigu, sir.
Brigu, I hate to say we've already thought of this and we already have a solution, but let me say it anyway. Two things. In the national education policy, we are encouraging labs to be created, both at the higher education network and the school. So there will be labs, and the labs will be as modern and they will go obsolete as labs do go obsolete. But in the semiconductor space, in the new curriculum that is being implemented from 2023, one of the things that is there is the ability for a student to do 1 semester or 2 semesters working as an intern or an apprentice in a live environment. So for example, whatever be the capex budget or OPEX budget, you can certainly not create a fab in your university or in your college. So the best way to do that is to have an arrangement between the university and a live fab or a research fab where students can go there and spend 6 months or a semester there and learn on the job. This is designed into the new curriculum for the semiconductor that has been designed by the industry and is being implemented by the Ministry of Education in the National Education Policy. But on the issue of the lab itself being CapEx versus OPEX, that is something that I have not thought through, and certainly I will give that idea a thought with the Ministry of Education.
Good morning, sir. Good morning,
Sir, I want to ask very important question, sir. I am WIPO awarded inventor. Sir, the thing is, chips are required in every appliance. Sir, but the thing is, we should be making, good, power control devices and exporting them. That doesn't require very big technology, big investment. Even such simple things are not being done. You are manufacturing TVs. Nobody is talking of making TVs in India. We require, billions of dollars in another, by 2030, we may require, $1 or $2 trillion worth of, goods, such kind of goods. And if so, sir, the thing is, money in an electronic device, for example, in a TV or something, they are chips, for example, they are worth about few hundred rupees. But, the TV may be selling for lakhs of rupees. So, for example, the program, for a small TV and large TV is identical. only the, chip, processing capacity is little more. So we are not developing the commercial technologies. That is the emphasis.
Thank you, sir.
We are totally ignoring developing commercial technologies and exporting it.
No. So when you say we as in government, we as
a government, as an industry, as a IIT,
government,
everything.
No, 1 second. 1 minute. So, बैठ जाइए आप. The government is an enabler of innovation. Our role is very clear. We want to enable innovation, whether the innovation is an academia-backed, incubated startup, or it is a large company, or it is a company that is in partnership with another company. Our job is to enable it. Now, if you tell me the last 30 years we have not done this, now I will only, maybe both of us will hug each other and we will cry and we will say, "Theek hai, wo past is past." I am looking at the future. The Prime Minister is looking at the future. Our country has a long history of missed opportunities and we should not spend too much of time dwelling on it. We are looking at the future and creating opportunities. This is about making sure that these opportunities that are being created, we have young Indians and young startups working in partnership or working outside of partnerships, pursue these opportunities. So the force multiplier here is not going to be the government, is not going to be IIT Delhi, IIT Chennai. It is going to be that one person or multiple people, young Indians, who want to do this, who see an opportunities and then find it easy for them, him or her, to build a startup because the government is supportive, enabling, and there are companies like Renaissance and companies like General Electronics who are willing to partner with them.
Honorable Minister, here I am. I very well take your point of view. Whatever has happened in the past has to be kept aside and a fresh beginning has to be there. We understand that semiconductors are the next nukes of the world. So there is a lot of at stake among countries to let India get into that stream. So we have spent almost, since 2010, we were part of the HSMC team, which was coming up with the first fab. And at that point of time, the financial closure was one of the issues. What we realize is that when you're looking at putting up a strategic plant, which is as good as putting a nuclear reactor in India, you have to have a bigger strategic thought. You have to realize that not everyone who's selling, say, $300 billion goods in India would be willing to be, our buddy and say, okay, I'm going for a sannyas and now please, you take it over. Or $100 billion, two countries have fought. They have spoiled their diplomatic relationships, America and France for that matter. So it is, it is not something which is technology-wise latest. It's 1980s technology. Technology is not an issue. It is the mindset with which we have to go. It's the mindset at which we did the nuclear installations. No country helped us. In fact, countries were there to pick on us. So technology is not an issue.
If you can get to the point, then I can give you an answer. If you're making a speech, then I can't.
No. I'm getting to the point. There has to be a lot of learning from our failures. 30 years failures are a learning for a fresh future.
I can certainly tell you that we are going to succeed, and we are going to succeed because we understand the roadmap, and that roadmap has been created after a lot of consultation, discussion with people who understand the semiconductor space. I didn't wake up one day, somebody in METI didn't wake up one day and say we want to do a fab, which unfortunately in the case during the UPA, that was the case. Somebody thought it was fashionable. We don't think it is fashionable. We think it's strategic. We think it's part of our overall electronics ecosystem that we are building. It is about broadening and deepening an electronics ecosystem, and the deepening part has semiconductor at its core.
There
was a lady who, I heard a lady's voice somewhere.
Yeah, that's right. So that's going to be the last question now.
Yes. Good morning, sir, and very good morning to everybody present here. In one of the previous questions, you very well said that now we have got the opportunity. Initially, in most of the cases, we had this problem. I'm talking about environment, and I am Pooja from Toxics Link. So in most of the cases, when we used to talk about what are we contributing towards environment in case of electronics basically. So our major barrier was we can't do anything because we are not designing in India, because we are not manufacturing in India. But now, since so many startups have been initiated, we have got the opportunity to hold the hand of eco when we are designing. So I want to ask that how strongly are we holding the hand of eco when we are designing?
No, look, I don't think sustainability or green policies are specific to semiconductors or electronics and to the exclusion of everything else. Our Prime Minister has given a commitment to the world, and India is taking the lead for a greener future, a more sustainable future. And certainly that means that everything we do today, ranging from semiconductors to electronics to e-waste, all of that has sustainability at its core, because that is our thinking, that is the economic model that we want to build. So I don't see any contradiction between our desire to build a green, sustainable future for our next generations and what we are doing today. It is absolutely aligned.
Thank you.
Sir. Last question here.
A quick question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can take only now one question.
Yeah, I have one question.
Thank you.
Hello.
I just want to give
I have
you a
one
feedback.
question.
You know, like I got mesmerized by your schemes. You know, so did I get mesmerized when the Startup India schemes were announced. And I was, and when I went and tried to utilize the schemes, then I found that most people don't even know. Okay, and we all know how lethargic, sorry for not being complimenting, the bureaucracy is. Okay, so what I really suggest to you, sir, is have the feedbacks in the schemes, and the buck should stop with you. Okay, and the reason I'm saying that is I am an IITian. Okay, and I have a master's degree, and I actually released products in electronics, but still I'm scared of starting up a startup in electronics because it's too risky, the lengthy time of the release and stuff like that. So all I say is, whatever you do, all the intelligent people coming up with the schemes, the future will always be different from what we envision now. So the most important thing is to have these feedback mechanisms, and the feedback mechanisms should stop with you because you are the person who is going to be elected. They are going to get all the salary. So I request you to really have a portal, and that portal or meetings should involve you, trying to understand whether...
I got it. I think now you're getting carried away with your speech, but let me just say this. I don't know what your experiences of the past, and I certainly, like I tell people who approach me with cynicism and all of that, I can't do anything to cure your cynicism. But I can certainly tell you what we are doing today and the path forward. If you want to be cynical, then you certainly don't pursue the opportunity. You are harming yourself. If you take a look at what we are presenting today and look at it with actually open eyes as an opportunity to be seized, you will be successful. As far as our feedback mechanism, etc., I'll tell you very simply the principles on which we work. Our Prime Minister gives us targets that are outcome based. We don't design a scheme as the end. The scheme has outcomes. And in this particular case, our outcome is that we will have 100 design startups with co-IP, co-developed IP or co-developed devices, or developed IP and developed devices. And that is our mission. To your point that electronics is riskier, I can't de-risk electronics for you. I can't de-risk innovation for you. That is not the government's job. Innovation, entrepreneurship, by its very nature comes with risk. Whether Renaissance or Global Atomics at the high level or a startup at the low level, every business comes with its associated risk. There is no guarantee for success that anybody can give you. It depends. If you are smarter than the other startup in the same space, you will succeed better. You have a better chance of succeeding than the other guy. Renesas today is a competitive space. They will succeed based on their innovation, their capabilities, so is Global Atomics. So that is the basic nature of innovation and business that you are being invited to step into. That can't be changed by any government policy, and I can certainly, to your point, I can't de-risk electronics business for you. I can certainly make it easier. Government of India can, Prime Minister Modi ji will certainly make it easier for you to deal with all of the hurdles to starting a business and to building your dreams in this space. That we will do certainly, and that is our mission, that is our goal, and we are committed to it.
Now the last one, definitely the last one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I have a short question. My name is Ravinder Pal.
So please, if we can.
Yeah, it's a very short question. I work with DRDO. With this mission of semiconductors, semiconductor materials and wafers play a major role. So do we have a roadmap to have some kind of a production for the semiconductor wafers maybe in future?
Yeah, I think the point you're making is about the supply chain to support a fab. Yes. It is an area that we have studied deeply. The ISM, the India Semiconductor Mission, has many experts who are advisors there who will help build the supply chain along with the companies that are actually going to set up the fab. Our message as a government is any company that either is entering semiconductor manufacturing or in semiconductor design, the government will be an enabling partner to A, understand the challenges, and B, to create the framework to surmount those challenges. ये कभी नहीं समझिए कि we are flying blind. यहाँ पर कोई तुक्केबाजी का policy making नहीं है यहाँ पर. This government deals with everything after a detailed understanding of what the opportunity is and what the challenges are. And we certainly are committed to being successful. Therefore, we certainly will know that we will have solutions to all of the challenges that will come our way. There will be challenges.
Hello, sir.
Let me take the younger guy and then I'll take you. Sure. Fine. And then we'll wrap it up if you can. Yeah.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. And sir, you. Sir, I'm a student of IIT Madras, Data Science and Application. My name is Krishna Kumar Burma. Sir, I have a small question. My school students are here, so I have a question for them. Sir, we are searching for the opportunity like internship and fellowship. So is there any program for school students who are in 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th? You have any programs, remote programs, where they can learn, where they can engage, where they can learn, knowledge their skills? Sir, this is question to
one question.
Please answer.
Yeah. Yeah. So
thank you, sir.
There is a National Research Fellowship that currently applies to and is available for IITs. And we certainly want to make that available and the Honorable Prime Minister is interested in opening that up for all colleges and all institutions. So this is certainly an area that is an opportunity for you. Number one. Number two, in the new curriculum for semiconductor, like I said, if you're doing a master's or you're doing an undergraduate or you're doing a skill certification, there will be opportunities for on-the-job training, which will be either an internship or an apprenticeship in an absolutely live environment, either design or fab. Yeah. And you should meet the gentleman from ANSYS after this.
Hello, sir. I am Nilesh. I'm working for Project 3 Mobility, where we are working for driverless car, and I'm based in London. So, sir, one of the challenges, the computing which we are trying to address here, and I was hearing to CEO of Renesas that Eddie ADAS, right? So just I would like to understand what is his plan for, that high computing which can support, level 5 development, which we are going to happen. That is my first question. Second question is slightly different, because might be it not falls into your ministry, but still it's very important and relevant because we are signing MOU with many cities all across US, UK, Europe. But when can we sign, the MOU with our Indian cities for autonomous car, basically? Thank you so much.
So the second question answer is very simple. That's beyond my pay scale, and certainly I can
introduce you to Hardeep Puri ji, who's the Urban Development Minister, and you can maybe have a conversation with him. On the first question, there are many senior leaders from Renaissance. I suggest that during the coffee break, you sit with them and engage and see what common opportunities exist. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir. You have definitely excited and incited and stimulated many minds here. Thank you. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of announcements and unveilings going to be done at the hands of the Honourable Minister. Just to mention to you that after the announcement of the DLI scheme by the Government of India, there were various applications which were received for the financial and infrastructure support. As the Honourable Minister mentioned, these were scrutinized through a rigorous multi-stage process with the help of experts from the academia, industries, and the venture capitalists, involving multiple rounds of discussions and interactions. So I would like to first call upon here on stage some of the experts of the evaluation committee who are present with us in the August gathering. May I request Professor Kaushik Saha of IIT Delhi, Mr. Kalyan Chakrabarti from Intel, Mr. Sumitra Kale, Mr. Radhakrishnan Nair, the co-founder Smart IOPS, Mr. Ajay Jalan, the founder of NextOrbit Ventures. So first, a big round of applause and a big thank you to them, the selection committee members present with us. And now inviting the second group or the batch of the selected future design startups under the DLI scheme. Inviting Dr. Ranjani Narayan, CTO, Morphing Machines, and Jyotis Indirabhai, the CEO of Netra Semi. And I would like to request the Honourable Minister, sir, to kindly present the memento as we appreciate their work, their efforts. First to Dr. Ranjani Narayan, the CTO Morphing Machines. CTO Morphing Machines is focused on creating polymorphic ASICs for emerging heterogeneous domain-specific workloads ranging from edge to the core. Morphing Machines is a fabless semiconductor company focused on a dynamic runtime, reconfigurable RISC-V many-core accelerator with near ASIC performance across diverse domains and heterogeneous applications, all on the same heterogeneous fabric. Our also recognition to Mr. Jyotis Indirabhai, CEO of Netra Semi, who is also the co-founder of Netra Semi, has tremendous experience in chip making, and they propose to design and develop AI SOCs for surveillance and smart vision applications. No, there are only two. There are only two. Okay. I think there is, meanwhile, I think we'll move on to the next. We are still waiting for a memento, I think.
This is done?
Yeah, this is done. So thank you to Mr. Jyotis and thank you to Dr. Ranjani. Thank you. And now we have the Sequoia Capital on Digital India RISC-V startups. They, ladies and gentlemen, have made 2 investments in the Digital India RISC-V startups, 2.3 million USD in the Mindgrove Technologies and 3 million USD in in-core semiconductors. So Sequoia Capital India, it is the largest VC firm in the region. They have become the first institutional investor to make a foray into the semiconductor space, as they believe there's a massive opportunity for deep tech startups to turn the country into a global center. Would like to now call upon on stage Mr. Mohit Bhatnagar, the Managing Director and Partner of Sequoia Capital India, Mr. Anandamoy Roy Chaudhary, Search Partner, and Mr. T.R. Shashwat, the co-founder of Mindgrove Technologies. Yeah. No, I would first like to request the Honourable Minister, sir, to kindly present the memento. So Mr. T.R. Shashwat, the co-founder of Mindgrove Technologies. Yeah, I would also like to request Mr. Mohit Bhatnagar to kindly say a few words.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And first of all, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to be here. We have 5 of us from the Sequoia team, and we have a WhatsApp group that's buzzing right now because we are blown away, Honorable Minister, with your ability to sort of have the pulse on the right direction that this technology is moving and the world is moving. And thank you for your leadership. It means a lot to us. Thank you. I'm going to keep it really brief, and then I'm going to turn it over to Roy to talk about a couple of the investments we've made. The Honourable Minister was absolutely right. You know, we've been investing in India for close to 2 decades. And in the first 10 years, most of the investments were in traditional companies and IT services companies. This last decade has seen a lot of consumer technology companies and a lot of software companies coming out of India. But if you look at our investment pipeline, for the days coming ahead, a lot of it is moving to deep tech, artificial intelligence. You will be blown away and excited to know the number of entrepreneurs that are building on top of things like OpenAI and other LLMs to actually change the future for our country. And semiconductor and space tech are some of the other emerging areas that we're now investing in. We at Sequoia actually believe that this is a once-in-the-lifetime moment for semiconductors in India. And we say that for 2 reasons. First, because of the geopolitical situation in the world, every large company in developing markets is reimagining their supply chains, and India is a beneficiary. A couple of years out from now, 1 out of every 4 Apple iPhones are likely to be made in India. That's a stunning statistic, given how recently they just got started. The second reason we think this is an inflection point for the industry is because of the open standards of RISC-V. For the first time, a young entrepreneur, a startup, can now take on the Goliaths who've actually been dominating and monopolizing the semiconductor industry. And so, sir, we're booking our tickets by making the early set of investments. And you might ask, why? Why does India even have a right to win in this space? You already heard about the 20% of the world's semiconductor design engineers residing in our country. That gives us a foundation to build on. When we were doing diligence, we were blown away with the work being done in IIT Madras. The Shakti processor that they have pioneered has now become a foundation for those 27 startups you saw earlier on the slide, and there are many, many more coming. And to walk you through Mindgrove and Incore, which is our 2 semiconductor investments that we made at Sequoia, here's my partner, Roy.
Thanks, Mohit. No, exactly right. I think we're very excited. I think I'm just going to quickly talk about Mindgrove. The founder's here, and you can definitely catch up with Shashwat over coffee, and he will tell you more. But that was the first investment we made in semiconductors in India. In fact, the first semiconductor investment we made in a few decades in that space across the US and India, because the space itself has been sort of quiet for a while. The big, of course, driver there was 2 things. One, we think that especially building trailing edge processors to compete with the likes of companies like Texas Instruments and others is something that Mindgrove, on the back of the work that they did with the Shakti processor, is very, very interesting. And there's a whole set of use cases that I think we can sort of work on. But the one thing that convinced me, at least to lead that specific investment, was when Shashwat and I agreed that the thing that we will actually try to build is a GPU. And I'm hoping that, if not today, I mean, it's definitely not today, but, sometime soon, we actually will try to build a GPU out of India, and so very excited about that. The next investment is a company called Incore, and those founders weren't able to make it today, but Incore is doing two things. One, you should think of it as essentially trying to become the arm of RISC-V, right? And so just as the RISC-V standard is coming up, one of the big sort of drivers for that, as a lot of you know, is sort of the death of Moore's law, right? You can no longer depend on just density improvements giving us performance. And what we need now as a consequence is more custom silicon. And what Incore does is that it basically provides you that base infrastructure and that base capability to actually design new custom silicon, new instructions, extend the RISC-V chipset in very interesting ways to build faster, better, more performant silicon. These are the first two of what we hope are many, many such investments in this space. And so for all those folks who are building, please do reach out to us. We're very excited to learn about your plans and very excited to work with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And would like to request the Honorable Minister, sir, to kindly also present the mementos to Mr. Mohit Bhatnagar and to Mr. Anandamoy Roy Chaudhary. Can we have the mementos, please? Thank you. And now we have the MOU exchange between ANSYS and Chip-in Center at CDAC Bangalore. Would like to invite Mr. Rafiq Somani, the AVP of ANSYS India, and Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, the Executive Director, CDAC Bangalore, to please join us here on the stage as we have the exchange of the MOUs in the presence of the Honorable Minister. So ANSYS endeavors to support the Chip-in Center for engineering talent to learn the EDA technologies that are of immense importance for design projects in the semiconductor industry. And in this regard, the MOU is being signed between CDAC Bangalore and ANSYS with an aim to provide a framework to collaborate towards nurturing chip design using ANSYS EDA tools hosted at the Chip-in Center. And now we have the announcement towards the end-to-end smart meter and IoT devices by Renesas Electronics for the Indian market. Would like to invite Mr. Stilesh Chittipeddi, the EVP and General Manager IoT and Infrastructure, Renesas Electronics, to please join. And I would like to once again request the Honorable Minister to kindly present him the memento as we express our thanks for their contribution. Renesas, to Mr. Chittipeddi. Yes, sir. So Renesas Electronic Corporation is a premier supplier of advanced semiconductor solutions, introduced an NB IoT, that's a narrowband Internet of Things chipset, specifically for the Indian market. This new chipset, ladies and gentlemen, is an LTE NB IoT modern chipset that is designed to operate seamlessly on the networks of all major Indian telecommunication carriers. It is an ideal solution to serve the Indian smart metering market, which some estimates have put it at roughly 250 million units over the next 5 years. This chipset is a part of the Renesas next generation family of NB IoT solutions. And the last one, we introduce CDAC's RISC-V developer kits. I invite Mr. Krishna Kumar Rao, the Senior Director CDAC, to please join us. And requesting once again the Honorable Minister to kindly present once we have this kit which is being introduced here. So this is a kit. This is part of the Digital India RISC-V program by the Honorable Minister. CDAC has successfully completed the design and the development of the Vega series of microprocessors comprising of 32 and 64-bit single, dual, quad-core, superscalar, out-of-order, high-performance processors based on the RISC-V instruction set architecture. And the first Vega processor-based system on chip, that's a Tejas 32, a 32-bit single-core SoC, has been successfully fabricated. A development platform based on the Tejas 32 ASIC named Aries has also been developed, comprising of 4 different developers kits. That's the Aries V2, Aries Micro, Aries IoT, and Aries V3. So With that, once again, many thanks to the Honorable Minister, sir, for these unveiling and for igniting these young minds. Thank you, sir.
We'll tell them next time to give you a slightly tighter slip. What did they give you? They gave you all this, is it?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be continuing with the session. The Honorable Minister has a pressing engagement, so he's going to be leaving. Once again, many thanks to the Honorable Minister for introducing the young Indians of New India to this immense opportunity which lies for the future design startups, the new exciting world of semiconductors. And that is where the opportunities across sectors. As mentioned, we are going to be continuing with the session, and we are also going to be introducing you now and sharing with you some of the success stories which have been there from our global entrepreneurs who are designing in India, making for the world, shaping this future. Request you all to please remain at your respective seats, please. आप सभी से निवेदन है कि प्लीज आप अपने स्थान पर बैठे रहें क्योंकि वी आर कंटिन्यूइंग विद द latter part of the session. Two success stories we are going to be sharing with you, and we are sure this is going to be further instilling a lot of confidence and hope among the startups. These are the success stories of global entrepreneurs designing in India, making for the world. I invite our first presenter, Mr. Hari Prasad Gangadharan, the India country head of HQ. Ladies and gentlemen, now especially the students who are present with us, the young minds, if you are looking to be gaining success in this field, we have the success story being shared, and I'm sure that's going to be further motivating and inspiring you all.
A warm welcome to all of you. So let me first start with a question. How many of you know a semiconductor company, a 5G cellular semiconductor company that has raised north of $100 million and will come with a slide saying, design in India. We have made a 5G SoC from scratch in India, and we do the whole of the SoC generation process. We do silicon engineering, we do software engineering, we do systems engineering, and we develop complex algorithms for the 5G space. Now, when we look at, when we meet the VCs, the one question that all of them ask is, what is the pain point that you're going to solve? The pain point that we felt the industry was going through in the 5G space was there's no mass market chip for the infrastructure space. On the left side, as there are custom chips, close, proprietary, costly. And as the minister was earlier saying, they are fully programmable chips on the right side. Take a data center chip, do signal processing software on it, do modern software on it. It's extremely costly, extremely power hungry. So what we have done is build an SoC, wherein the whole 5G base station can be fit into one cell. On a whole SoC, the whole 5G base station into one cell at the cost lower than that of a laptop. That's the innovation that we have brought to the market, and power, half the power that the competition can do. Half the cost, half the power, and as the minister was again, he made multiple good points. we have a unique architecture of integrating the RISC-V and the ARM. We have the industry's first RISC-V ARM hybrid architecture. That's what we have done. And then, as the minister was again saying, softwareization. Softwareization is key, and as I'll tell you in the next few slides, what we have done on that aspects as well. The first question, in any startup journey would be, what is the pain point that you are going to solve? And we have solved, the absence of a 5G mass market semiconductor chip for this place, for the infrastructure space. Then, where do we start? Where do we start? We start by building a great team. The first step in a startup journey is to ensure that we have a great team. So for the 5G space, we need information theory specialists, we need software experts, we need chip designers who can design chip from scratch, and we need algorithm experts. So what we have assembled in the India Design Center is experts in all of these spaces. People who have been working on the Apple iPhone modems before, people who have worked on some of the most complex semiconductor chips elsewhere, and people from some of the best universities in India, people from the IITs, people from Stanford University, NITs, and you name it, and we have got some of the best engineers in India and in the globe at HQ. And of course, in the last 3 years, I've hired 50 college graduates from India. Last 3 years, we have hired 50 college graduates from multiple IITs and NITs and BITS, right? So one of the critical things when you look at a startup is get your team right. And that's one thing that HQ has done extremely well. We have built a great team. Now you got a team, you identified a pain point, you got a team, then we have to disrupt meaningfully. How do you bring the solution? I spoke of having a solution which is half the cost and half the power for the 5G infrastructure space. The whole 5G base station onto one single chip. That's what we have done. So now, what we did extreme levels of integration. We have integrated, there are billions of transistors on our chips, hundreds of millions of wires, but we have got, and we are today deploying that solution without even one metal fix. So that is a testament to the talent that HQ has been able to raise, and our process to get some of these complex solutions done. Then, what we do? What we did is we integrated, we are the only chip that can do 4G and 5G on the same SoC. 4G, 5G, AI. An integration, a hybrid architecture that has RISC-V and ARM and hardware acceleration. So the minister touched on multiple points. We have a chip that integrates all of them. RISC-V, programmable, and it's a programmable solution. So the market segments that we address, the 5G infrastructure space, right? You will have to build femtocells, you will have to build small cells, you will have to build macro cells. With one single chip, we can do that. With one single chip, how do you do that? Programming. We have a hybrid architecture and extremely flexible architecture that we can, with software programming, we can morph ourselves from a femtocell to a macro cell SoC. That's what we have done. So then, when you disrupt this, we have disrupted this as multiple places in the ecosystem, using a unique hybrid architecture that is scalable, programmable, and competitive, extremely competitive from a power and a cost perspective. So we address both the spaces, the small cell space and the macro space with the same single chip. So we morph ourselves under software programming from one mode to the other. So we will need engineers, who can write 10,000 lines of code. We need smart, bright engineers who can write 10,000 lines of code, and we need the electronics engineers who can make the complex chips. So it's a combination of systems engineering, chip design engineering, software engineering, and engineers who can build PCBs, who can build hardware systems, and who can validate them, who can validate and test. We are a heavy user of this electro-rent equipments that one of the colleague was asking questions on here, right? So we use heavy use of advanced high-end machines and high-end test equipments to make sure that the chip works. So the talent pool that we have assembled, the talent pool that we have created and execute on to deploy in this market is amazing. Then now you found the pain point, you created a disruptive solution, and you assemble the team, right? Then to be successful and to make sure that you are a startup and your VC is investing, right? You will have to have a solution that will scale everywhere, right? So our solution, as you are saying, scales from small cells to macro cells, from the home cell, the enterprise, outdoor, the same chip. Software configured chip can morph ourselves from a small cell to a macro cell. So, the ability to scale is a critical aspect. So when the VC looks at it, he is funding it, he has to make sure one important aspect that he will look at is, okay, where is the business going to come from? So the market that we can address with the same, and how much investment is required for that. So the market that we can address with this chip is wide and vast. Yeah. And there are opportunities to disrupt in India. So we have to involve the greater ecosystem, and we part with innovators and missionaries across the value chain for making this happen. This is one place where India can innovate better, and especially we work with partners in the OSATs in Southeast Asia, with OEMs in Europe and in Europe and United States. So we work with packaging houses. So this is one place where young entrepreneurs and India VCs can look at what can be done and how can we improve the India semiconductor ecosystem. So HQ, this is our moment, right? So we have raised north of last week we announced a Series B where we raised $75 million from the same VC who was one of the first investors in Tesla. So we are a well-funded startup, and how do you do it? We have to get our fundamentals right. So we have to get the right team, we have to get the right product, we have a business that scales, and we should have a model that will make revenue, right? So, and we should have customers. So we have customers, we have tier 1 customers, we are deploying today, and we should get acceptance in the industry. So if you see the Glomo Award is the Oscars for the mobile space. It is the Oscars for the mobile space, and we won that. Last month we won that at beating multiple increments. So when you look at a semiconductor startup journey and design in India, there are very few people who can come and say that a chip of this complexity and funded by the same VC who has invested in Tesla, are getting acceptance in the market across tier 1 customers, and I can say with pride, designed in India. Thank you.
So thank you to Mr. Gangadharan, and I would like to request Mr. S.D. Sudarshan to please join the ED CDAC Bangalore as we express our thanks and present the memento to Mr. Hari Prasad. So if you can just come in between, yeah. Thank Thank you, sir. And now we have the next success story being shared by Mr. Krishna Rangasai, the CEO of SEMA.ai. It's an online message from him. If you can please have the message, please.
Morning, everybody. My name is Krishna Rangasai. I'm the founder and CEO for SEMA.ai. And before I introduce you to SEMA.ai, I'd like to take a minute to thank Rajeev Chandrasekhar, who's the Minister for the Electronics and IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, for endorsing our success, and lastly, for IIT Delhi for hosting this event. I was born in India, and I did my undergraduate studies in India before I moved to the United States to pursue advanced studies. And also I've now spent 30 years in the industry as a technologist and then building businesses. My last tenure was at a large public company called Xilinx, and I spent 18 years with them, and I was their executive vice president and general manager before we ended up starting SEMA.ai about 4 years ago. And I want to introduce you to SEMA.ai, and we'll start with a video presentation so you quickly get a grasp for what we are and what we do at SEMA.ai.
At SEMA.ai, we are in the relentless pursuit to make ML effortless for you. Our answer? The ML SoC platform. The first software-centric, purpose-built platform designed to simplify the process of adding ML to your embedded edge products. Our world is constantly collecting, interpreting, and making decisions with data at the moment, in the moment. And problems arise at every intersection. Problems like the legacy technology in your city's smart vision cameras not being able to stay ahead of the curve. Or the software for your factory's robotics hardware failing to meet the mark. Or the processor in your landscape surveillance drone not keeping up with the data it's interpreting. From robotics and smart vision to healthcare, autonomous vehicles, and drones, SEMA.ai was created to address and eliminate the biggest machine learning challenges of scale, performance, and power efficiency with our ML SoC platform, purpose-built for your specific application. We support and accelerate your entire computer vision application, not just the ML inferencing portion. So you can run any computer vision application, any network, any model, any framework, at 10 times better performance per watt with push-button results. The only company to solve all three challenges. SEMA.ai.
SEMA.ai is about 150 of us. We have 2 key sites, and we are about 90 of us in the Bay Area in California and 60 of us in Bangalore in India. We have assembled some of the best minds in machine learning, well-funded, and we have raised around $200 million. Fidelity is our lead investor, and what's exciting for us is that we are in production today on our software and in our silicon and our board systems, and we're shipping globally today. We are focused on, as the video talked about, what we call the embedded edge market. We are into smart vision systems, industrial drones, robotics and industrial 4.0, healthcare, ADAS, driver assistance systems, smart agriculture, the government sector, and also into smart construction. These are markets that are massive. They've been serviced by classic computer vision, and there's a massive adoption of machine learning over the course of this decade. We are happy and thrilled that we are one of the pioneers and one of the leaders in really pushing a purpose-built platform that's really bringing machine learning and scale to these various markets. In reality, we are a software company that's building our own silicon, and we have taken a very different approach in the way we have constructed our product portfolio. Our end game and objective is to scale machine learning at the embedded edge, and we have spent a lot of time focusing on the customer experience, and then the software, and then the silicon, and we provide a full stack solution that enables our customers to effortlessly deploy machine learning at the edge. Our goal and the longer-term desire is that we create a no-code machine learning environment for 1,000+ customers to really take benefit of our machine learning capabilities. We do 3 things better than anybody else. We are the first company to be able to solve for any computer vision application. Today we are engaged with 100+ applications. We could support any network, any model, any framework, any sensor, any resolution, and a very complicated software front end. But we have gone out of our way to make the abstraction simple so that our customers could really bring in any customer application to us. On the 10x capability, we consistently are 10x better than any other alternative solution in the real customer applications we work with. On frames per second per watt, in how much can you compute for a given power and time budget, we are 10x of any other market leaders, and very proud of the innovation that we have brought to the table. The third complicated problem with machine learning is that it's still nascent. The tool chains are still not robust. And many of our competitors and many of our customers struggle in getting quick productivity in machine learning systems. And we have really focused on delivering a push-button experience in our machine learning software experience. So 3 things we do well are any, 10x, and push-button, and bringing in a very purpose-built software-centric platform to scale machine learning at the embedded edge. We're also very thrilled that as a startup that we are leading the industry, and the Goliath in the industry is something that I think we are focused on. They're an amazing company, and what we are really focused on is building an iconic company that scales machine learning and really brings this technology globally. We are very proud, and as the article in Times of India recently covered us, that we are a startup with Indian roots, and being the market leader in the machine learning Olympics that we recently participated called MLPerf is a very, very hard thing to do. And we are the first startup to submit results in the edge category, and no doubt we are thrilled, but not surprised with the results that we are leading the industry in the machine learning for the edge application space. We are a young team. We are only 150, 160 of us, but as somebody would say, it's not the size of the dog, but it's really the fight in the dog that really decides who wins in these different complicated applications. And we are really pioneering a push-button result capability beyond just capability on frames per second per watt. We are really focused on creating a software experience that's really leading the industry. And we're able to be the market leader, staying back in process technology. We really are shipping today a 16 nanometer chip against an 8 nanometer alternative solution for the market leader. Very proud of it, and particularly proud of the team that we have in India. They've done a fantastic job for us, and we continue to really be thrilled at the opportunity that I think we have with the talent pool in India. I'm talking about 50% of the development team is in India, and we do all major functions of product development, QA, and testing in India. So we have hardware teams, design teams, physical design teams, verification teams, and also business development and partner development all out of India. We really derive the benefit of the relationships and the partnerships we have there. We knew that India would be having an amazing talent to really help scale this company, and we are thrilled that we have hired and excited some of the very best in India to come join us. And we have people that are very, very experienced. We're also hiring a lot of young engineers out of school. And I'm thrilled that I think today, because of the best team that we have in the industry, it's no surprise that we've done a good job in executing and delivering a product that is leading the market today in both software and in hardware. What I would really advise for entrepreneurs in India is, this is a hard journey, and it gets easier if you surround yourself with the very best. So focus on networking. Focus on building great industry partnerships. The second thing is, no doubt, pick the right investors that are steady, that are patient, that are really vested in your market success for the long term. Third, obviously, you have to do your job in picking a market, an opportunity that you believe you're very passionate about, and that you could really be resilient in going through all the ups and downs as a startup, and ensuring that you deliver to the world innovation that the world really cares about. It's a long game, it's a hard game, but for the right few that are very focused on it, the fulfillment and the gratification that you get in creating something that's amazing, that beats the market leaders, is something that I think I would highly encourage anybody starting a company to really take full advantage of, and really ensure that they get the best opportunity and support. I'm thrilled that the Government of India has schemes like Make in India, and also the Design Linked Incentive scheme. Wonderful opportunities for people building deep technology to leverage these opportunities. And the Government of India is leaning in to really make sure that the journey is easier for entrepreneurs in India. And I'm excited for the future and excited to see what's going to come out of all the innovation in India. Thank you again for the opportunity to invite us to participate today. And I hope that you got a quick perspective of SEMA.ai. And again, want to thank Rajeev Chandrasekhar for the invitation and look forward to continuing to stay in touch and add our technology and capability and also scale for market success and innovation in India. Thank you.
So thank you to Mr. Rangasai of SEMA.ai for that right advice to our startups. And now we have a panel discussion. There are going to be two panel discussions back to back. The first on vertically integrating the future design DLI startups in the Indian ecosystem. I invite Mr. Hitesh Garg, the India Country Manager, NXP Semiconductors, and Mr. Rajan Bagadia, the Vice President and President Qualcomm. Both of them are going to be in conversation with the future design startups. And from the startup side, we have Mr. Deepak Shapeti, the CEO of Morphing Machines, and Jyotis Indirabai, the CEO Netra Semi. And they were presented the memento by the Honorable Minister when we were announcing for the DLI startups who have been selected. That's a second batch which has been selected. And so just a request, if you can have the conversation confined to half an hour, max.
That should be fine, I think. Okay, good afternoon. Good to be here. This is one of the topics which is very dear to quite a few of us. And all through the morning you've heard a lot about it from the minister and from everybody. Some brilliant startups, two of them who got awarded today. Congratulations to both of them. They are here on the stage. I think what you're going to do is, this is not a moderated speech. It's going to be more like a conversation. Conversation between, rightfully, a mix of two semiconductor design startups and two multinationals, NXP, Qualcomm, Morphing Machine, and Netra Semi. The reason for this sort of setup is, through these conversations, it would probably give a lot of insights to all of you who are listening or watching this, especially the startups. Right? There's nothing been designed here, so it's going to be a free talk. What I would then recommend is if we can start with you, Deepak, and then Jyotish, you, and then Hitesh and I. We each one will give our perspective of what we are doing. So a little bit of a background to start with. And then probably we'll go into some few questions, right, between ourselves.
Thank you, Rajan. So, yeah, I think it's a good day for us. And we had a very humble beginning at Morphing Machines. And what we started off was with as a reconfigurable cryptography box. And from there, today we have transitioned to a many-core, reconfigurable, heterogeneous processor, which can handle all types of workloads on a homogeneous fabric. So the journey has been long, but I think powered by a lot of smart IAC graduates and, a lot of institutional support. And that has really led us to this time where it is a very, as the minister put it, the best time to kind of start up is now. And the ecosystem support, the maturation of the policies, all of this has come together to kind of create a very fertile environment in order for semiconductor startups, not just to design in India and not make a product, but to design in India, make in India for the world. So that's where we are at, and we are really looking forward to kind of capitalize on all the ecosystem and support from the MNC majors like yourself and Hitesh here, and hope to kind of be in one of your products soon.
Okay. First of all, let me thank the ministry and all the government for providing this opportunity. And I feel it is extremely fortunate to be, as a semiconductor entrepreneur, it's an extremely fortunate to be in India at this point of time. This is a time where we have a Minister of States who is handling electronics and skill development both. he is a semiconductor savvy, right? He's, you heard him talking. He's talking like a very experienced semiconductor engineer. And many, even Ashwini Vaishnav also speaks very, very good semiconductor knowledge. And also our PM, our Prime Minister also put a great vision and mission for India to make it a semiconductor superpower. So I'm extremely fortunate to be here at this point of time and at the right stage of our scaling up, right? And about my background, I worked for a few semiconductor startups long time back in California, and then started this, I worked for Intel. And I'm here, I'm actually developing a startup, Netrosemi, along with two of my colleagues who also have similar background. And when I started, we were not expecting this kind of support coming from government. And with a lot of passion and hard work, we started attempting this goal of making from India. But now I can see that a lot of opportunities are there for semiconductor engineers, and I wish many semiconductor enthusiasts, students, and engineers take this as an opportunity, grab the opportunity available before it is gone. And this is something, as a semiconductor engineer, I was dreaming all the time, and this is happening in India, right? And a small background about my company, Netrosemi is building AML chipsets. Basically, this is targeting a smart vision and surveillance domain. We have built, over the years, we have built AML acceleration cores, which can do video analytics at very low power and high performance. And initially, we thought of going in an IP selling way, but then we decided to go after chip making, and we are here. And the government help will definitely help us to tap maximum out of Indian opportunity. And I thank the government for that. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So my name is Hitesh Garg. So I'm representing NXP. I think NXP is a huge global semiconductor player with a revenue of $13 billion. I think we are big thanks to SemiconIndia, big thanks to for having very privileged to be part of this initiative of futureDESIGN. I think today we are talking about startups. Today we are talking about startup ecosystem. And I think from NXP side, we are doing fantastic things to connect to the ecosystem. And you would say that why NXP, or I would also say on behalf of Mr. Rajan, who is sitting next to me, that why we are interested in the startups. I think, so within my company, there will be 10,000, 20,000 engineers who are doing innovation. But if I look at this startup ecosystem, so there are more than 100,000 people who are innovating in the ecosystem. So why should we leave that opportunity to not tap the innovations that you guys are doing? So our whole idea is, and I think every year within NXP, we run a startup challenge. So I think in the last 3 years, we have 700 companies which have been applying for our challenges. And we are actively mentoring more than 20-25 key semiconductor as well as electronic end product manufacturing companies. So this startup ecosystem this year, I think, has been the best so far. We have seen that automotive sector is one of the key sector. We have seen health sector. There are a lot of startups which are in the health sector. So there are people who are putting kind of chips in your shoes, right? So they want to see, okay, how's your walking pattern? So a lot of innovation happening in the ecosystem, and we would like to stay connected, and I would like to congratulate the two gentlemen sitting on the right hand side of me. So yeah, so over to you, Rajan, first.
For Qualcomm, we are around 18,000 people in India. And around 8 years back, we were in a conversation between our then CEO and the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. At that time, Mr. Modi requested that why wouldn't Qualcomm work with to create more hardware and enable more hardware startups. We are a country which is known, which is very well known, and we are there at probably as a front runner in the software development, but we lacked hardware startups. So we started a program called Qualcomm Design in India Challenge, and this was only to invite the hardware startups. And then shortlist a few deserving ones, not that others didn't deserve, but the ones which are probably the top few, and then incubate them and support them. This program, which we started with a lot of skepticism in terms of where would it head, how do we start, how do we engage, how do we help, how do we promote, has become a sort of a massive success for us. Success in terms of identifying, helping, and getting the gratification of being a part of the journey of that startup, right from the thought process, the design process, validation, market entry, and success. So over the last, this is the 8th year, and around 125 of the startups we incubated. What we have seen over the last 8 years is the quality and the complexity and the sophistication that has come into the startups. All who probably have known and have been involved in this country for a long time, including people like myself who ran a startup at the beginning of my career. This is probably rightfully a very good time because of all, I would say, the alignment of everything. The industry is aligned, government is aligned, the environment is aligned, institutions like yours are aligned. So this is a beautiful time. So one is we saw this progress of the quality of the startups. And then somewhere around 2 years back, we decided to take a conscious call and say, okay, let's do one thing. We'll start focusing a little bit and start a program for women entrepreneurs. And that was more of a mentorship program, and we said, okay, let's mentor them. And that program is called QUAIN, Women Entrepreneur Mentorship Program. Morphing Machine, Deepak and of his founder are basically essentially were a part of that QUAIN for us. Very interesting conversations. Just like any new entrepreneur, they had a lot of questions, and we with our machinery which is there, we have, it's more of a voluntary thing at R&D in our company that a lot of people who were interested in supporting startups have formed this group. And they nurtured this group. There was mentorship, there was master classes, there was market access. These are type of things which we offered. This is the 3rd year for the QUAIN, which is the women entrepreneur. And then around a year back, this was again a conversation. We saw the semiconductor policy coming up, and we said there is a need in this country for companies like ours to handhold the way we have done for the hardware, to handhold these startups. So we launched this, and in the very first year, and the numbers which you heard today from the minister himself, while we have 91,000 startups, and pretty, I guess if the number is right, around 30,000 of our tech startups, one of the largest bases, I would say, in the world. But if you see the semiconductor startups, the design startups, they are probably few. And this is how it all starts. So we had around 17 or 18 of the startups who participated. And in comparison, on the hardware startups, we had probably more than 200, 300 participate every year. So, but this is the beginning. So, the 17 startups, and we are now incubating, mentoring 4 of them. And we would like to see their success, and we'll continue this. So, all of you are here listening to this and are in this field of designing semiconductors, be it software, be it on the hardware side. I would say this is one program you should look out for and participate. And we'd be happy to help you. We have these 4 startups which we are now currently working with. They have leveraged the machinery of Qualcomm. So I think this sort of programs are here. I'm talking about I'm sure we have Hitesh who will talk about, if he talks about the detail of his program, and I'm sure Intel does it, everybody does it. I think this is a very interesting thing for most companies. I would say I am very confident that it's, if not 100, probably 1,000 is what our target. It's not 100. We should see thousands of the semiconductor design startups. One thing very important is that every country has made its own space in this design cycle of a semiconductor. So some countries have got the leadership in the lithography machines. Very unique, right? Some countries have on the tools, the design tools. Some countries are on raw material supplies. Some countries are on design. I think we are the ones on the design side. So let's leverage that element of the whole semiconductor journey. While the country will have fabs and OSATs and ATMPs, which we're talking about, but I think the design part is a very big element, and this program is a fantastic program. So for all young entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs, please look at this opportunity very critically, and there's more help, not just from the government, but also from the industry that's awaiting. I know, post this longish talk, I would like, Deepak, if you could tell us a little bit about, and this is more for the listeners who are also either at a time when they want to set up this, or they want to get into this startup mode, or already existing young startup, right? If you can tell us a little bit about the journey of morphing machine and what you went through and what challenges, and then probably Jyotish, it would be good to understand from you also as to your journey till now, the ups and downs and what you saw over the time.
So, yeah, when it started, it was a pretty difficult journey, to be honest. And I think over the last 5 years, we transitioned from being, purely on paper processor company to having some sort of emulation models. But I think the situation has drastically changed in the last 2.5 years. What has happened is, along with the government push for all these Indian semiconductor mission policies, along with the ecosystem maturation, and also, being able to interact with the semi-majors. We had the benefit of having a very strong early evangelist in Parag Nayak from Sankhya Labs, who kind of, took our product at a very nascent stage and said, you know what, I'll give you guys a shot. And I don't think this is an isolated case. I'm seeing more instances of these kind of collaborations where there is no financial component upfront, initially at least, at the test stage. And for startups like us, one of the biggest problems or the biggest currency we have is credibility, or, some sort of a design win or a product market fit. And I think the first customer who offers that to us is like, I would equivalent, I'll probably even rate them higher than institutional investors. But having said that, that was a big moment for us, wherein we were able to kind of benchmark our many-core processor, which is, domain agnostic, so to speak. So, but we at least need to start with one domain, and we started off with 5G. And that really allowed us to kind of showcase, and not just showcase, but also prove that what we are proposing in terms of having a polymorphic ASIC is not actually a dream. It can be converted into reality. Now, if all of this had happened in isolation, this could potentially have had happened even, 4 or 5 years ago, because the industry has always had, I think, reasonably high levels of collaboration. But what has changed is, now today investors are talking to us. Today, DLI policy coming in at such an apt time. No matter how much I emulate, if I can't tape out to a chip, my product, I cannot ship to the majors. In fact, I want to replace chips from Hitesh as well as Qualcomm. I want my chip to power your SoCs, right? Now, all of this has only been possible because of this concerted push. And I think this is where I really have found it very uplifting. I mean, there has been only good news for the past 1.5 years, to be honest with you. It's been all ups and ups and ups. And we're hoping to ride this wave to its logical conclusion, which is, tape out and ship to the world. Because at the end of the day, if we don't create a vertically integrated solution, we are not really going to see volumes or sales. And we'll be a bits and pieces player. So I think that has been the up part. And I think, as MOS also pointed out in his speech earlier, there have been a lot of historical missteps, but let's just forget them, because I think earlier on, I think Indian startups didn't have the maturity in terms of IP or product readiness or, system level thinking. And I think all of this has come beautifully together at the same time, under PM Modi's vision and actually razor sharp execution. I must compliment the MOS Rajeev Chandrasekhar ji for really doing an excellent job on covering all the corners. And today I find it that, it is all rosy pictures, but now the onus is upon us startups, to kind of chase the semi-majors down and hold you guys down to a deal, and also, raise funds and survive on our own and make it on our own, so to speak. Yeah. But this apart, I would really like to encourage all the students and, even semiconductor company employees, to really think about if you have a problem today in, any sort of hardware development or any sort of software problem, and it's not a problem, it's an opportunity. Today you have the futureDESIGN DLI scheme to kind of, allow you to start thinking about a design. Think about a system level design and try to start implementing it, and the government is there to support you. I am a first-hand testament to that, because 1 year ago we never thought we could tape out, but today it's becoming a reality because of all of this. So strongly encourage all of you. And by the way, full disclaimer, our team is entirely powered by IISc graduates and IISc PhD candidates who are finishing their PhD. So having to complete and having worked in the industry is not a prerequisite for creating a cutting-edge solution. So please, I encourage all of you to kind of, take this opportunity and do something, because worst case what will happen is, you will walk away with a whole lot of knowledge. That's the worst that could happen. Thank you.
Okay, I think Deepak put forward a very excellent point. Now the onus is on us to make it happen, right? At least we are the early beneficiary of this program. At the same time, I also want to give a question to the rest of this audience, especially the students of IIT, as well as many engineers, semiconductor engineers watching this thing. We have a semiconductor savvy minister handling all these programs, and we have a great mission forwarded by our great Prime Minister. And they are pleading to us. They are pleading to us to go and make chip. We do the risk investment for you, right? We match your risk. So in such an environment, if you cannot build a chip, if you cannot come forward, and even let me don't even mention the other thing. Even Shibata-san from Renesas, who is a Japanese chip giant CEO. He is asking Indian engineers to go and make it happen. So my question to the rest of the audience is, what are you doing, right? So this is a great opportunity, and this is a great time to be in India if you are a semiconductor engineer. There are a lot of, not only this DLI, I am also aware of programs like C2S, bringing like chips to academia, asking academia to partnership with startups and build chips. And that way we can make 85,000 semiconductor skilled engineers within the next few years. These kind of programs never happened. I never imagined as a semiconductor engineer will happen in India, right? I have been working in US, other countries also. Even there, I have not seen this kind of opportunities put forward by government. There are opportunities put forward by investors, but this is the first time from the government side. So coming back to the challenges Netrasemi is facing or has faced. So we are into a cutting edge technology, AI/ML, and it is not a child's game. And a lot of early winners are there in that domain, like Intel, even Qualcomm, or lot of tech giants have heavily invested because this is the technology of the future. And naturally, we had to find our way and what is the most important place we can play, right? So we found that edge computing is the place where a startup can play, right? There may be a lot of opposition to this argument, but that is where we decided to play our role. We found tremendous opportunities in the edge computing because when it comes to the edge, the traditional chip makers have some problems. What is it? Traditional chip makers actually have to, basically they come up with excellent architectures, excellent manpower to solve the problem, but edge is a bit a different activity where you need domain-specific customization. You need to solve the power problem, performance problem, and in a very custom manner. And when it comes to the customization, that is where startups can play. They can complement the big companies and solve the problems, right? You can create coprocessors, you can create chips for domain-specific. When it becomes domain-specific, you need multiple variants of chips. And we decided to come into that angle, right? To play on the areas where you can have domain-specific optimization. If you have to do that, you need your own IPs. You need major IP portfolio, and that is what Netrasemi focused on. From the beginning, we focused completely on creating a smart vision as our domain and create smart vision specific IPs. And so that we have the differentiation when you go to the customer. Initially, we wanted to sell those chips, but then sell those IPs, and then we decided not to take maximum out of it and build our own silicon for that. And that's where we are. And when our IPs got mature and we want to create a test silicon, here we are. We are selected for a DLI, right? There is nothing, I could never imagine this to happen, and I thank you for that. And next part is the skill development, right? Skill development is a major angle, especially for startups. I mean, my first question to NXP and Qualcomm to help India is, can you reduce your salaries, right? So, because that is a very extremely challenging job for startup. When you are in the early phase, you are, I mean, for us, what we did is I mean, many people may oppose this very concept of bootstrapping, but I am a big proponent of bootstrapping, especially if you are an early stage startup. So the bootstrapping help you to build a team, right? Because otherwise, where is the opportunity? So bootstrapping will help you to create excellent engineers who are experienced in IP and SoC development activities. But you have to carefully choose the bootstrapping. You should not choose bootstrapping in an area where you are going to build chips or IPs, right? That is one way we overcame this angle, and we were able to create excellent team by doing bootstrapping, and also we invested heavily on IPs so that we have different. And one more major thing we did is we knew that no one is waiting for our chips, because when as a startup, I mean, your first challenge is to convince customers, right? So, and no one believes a startup, especially a semiconductor startup, because they know that you have a long road to go, right? You have to prove your prototype, you have to prove your first silicon, then only they consider you a serious partner. So we heavily invested on software, especially the application, right? All the applications we want to bring to the future, we have it now in our labs, right? So we invested heavily on FPGAs and software before even we are going to make the chip for that. And in fact, that is one angle we have taken to overcome this customer hesitation. And also it helps to offer your customers a reduced time to market, right? That is extremely key. I mean, I borrow Shibata-san's statement. The most important thing in automobile industry is time to market, right? If you can solve that problem, in fact, the customers will consider you as seriously. That's what my thought process is. And that is not only for automobiles, it's also true for all the applications we are talking about. With this, I'll give back.
Thank you. I think we have little time, but would like to hear from you as to what would be your advice to the startups. I think we unfortunately don't have much time, but...
I think my advice to startups is one thing that we should always be aware that who is my customer, where I'm going to sell the chips. That's really key, because many times we are spending a lot of time, energy as startups on innovation, but we are missing what differentiation we are creating for the customers. Will somebody pay for the differentiation that I'm creating in my chip? So we are talking about, the topic of this discussion is vertical integration, right? So vertical integration, okay, is not only about I create the best of the IP, but you should understand the whole path. And the path does not start from the foundry, it starts from the customer. So basically we need to understand what are the customer needs. Are we creating a new ecosystem inside India? And the customer needs, for example, there are various sectors. We talk about automotive, we talk about health. So there are a lot of problems to be solved. As long as we as the startups, or you can look at, okay, what are the problems which need to be solved in this ecosystem? I think the chip is, I would say, an eventuality. We will make all the fantastic product. At the same time, I think if I say from the semiconductor major perspective, we are, I think as government, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekhar mentioned, that we are enablers. So same thing, you look at us, we as semiconductor majors, we are also enablers, supporters of what you guys are doing in this ecosystem. So be it on IP, in case if you have some IT design challenges or tool challenges, you can come to us. If you need to have some connections that you would like to make in the ecosystem, we can help that. if you are looking that you have a design, right, where you want to validate your design, or you want to benchmark your design with certain things which are there in the other companies, we can help you in that. So we are coming at least to expose you to the ecosystem, is to validate your solutions and also give a feedback. It sometimes can be a brutal feedback, but at least a feedback that how these things are perceived in the market. So we see this ecosystem is thriving. The market has fantastic needs, and the needs of Indian market are completely different than what we see in the West. We talk about a two-wheeler market, right? And we are, and I think as you mentioned about time to market, that's really a key. Can I give a customer, a two-wheeler, a customer a solution that within 2 weeks, if somebody is coming with a new bike, okay, this is how the electronics of your whole bike will look like. I give them, you can say, plug and play kind of solutions for a two-wheeler market. That if you add, so we have these kind of plug and play solution, we call it orange box and green box. If you connect those two and just add a battery, so you are ready to ride a bike. So solutions have to be as simple as that, and it has to be fully integrated end to end, and where you play in that market. I think that's where I would give advice to the startups. Look at what are your customers, look at what is the value that you would like to create, look at that who do you want to collaborate. So I think look at all options, right? So that, because as we talked about 9,000 startups, so can a startup talk to a startup? Can you guys make a network within the startups? Okay, so what are the startups that we are probably having in the automotive domain? So what are the opportunities? Okay, how can we bridge the gaps looking at the startup collaboration? So I think those are the thoughts I would like to keep in mind as we are talking about this vertical integration. Look at your customers, look at what are the gaps that we would like to solve, and how you are competitive. Look at the roadmap that how can you are competitive today, and you can also stay competitive 5 years down the line.
Thank you, Hitesh. I think that was good. Summing up, I would say most of the questions have been answered. It's interesting to hear this too. Very different perspective, very well. I think we all should note, both of the startups are feeling happy about the situation, right? That's not an easy thing. I'm sure they're not complacent, but what they said is, it's up to them to do more, right? That doesn't mean that we here sitting both on this left side are not going to do anything about it. But this is the type of environment that is there in the country. So look at it. I heard about IP creation. I heard about market positioning, and I think only one topic which I believe is very critical is when most of you startups want to engage with in a very different way as what you said, Deepak, in terms of how do I sell my solution, how do I integrate my solution with you guys. A very important thing is going to be about IP. Ensure early on that you are very clear about the IP you create, right? Ensure very clearly that you have patented it, you are clean on that one, because the cleaner the IP, then we can go towards even the future conversations or chiplets and all that, and that conversation. So one of the big things that multinationals, I would say we are a bit concerned is when we have to integrate something, that's one. Second is, to your point, Jyotish, which you said that you pretty understand the gap. I think if you can find the gap that we have, that's the best way to do it, right? Rather than designing a solution and coming to a multinational, right? If you see the gap, identify the gap, if you can tune your solution, tweak your solution to bring it and say, here's the gap and here is my solution. The third and the final one is a system level thinking. I think most of the startups do tend to be a bit siloed in the thinking. They're very technically strong, so they understand that. What if they said is about customer? What I'm saying is, even if you're designing a part of the solution, of the system, please ensure that you think end to end, because you're going to sell that plug-in to somebody who is going to use your solution. So when you look at it, and if you don't understand it, I think there are the forums, multiple forums. Matey is there to help, right? You see the website, they're connected. If you find that there are latencies in communication to one or two of us, there are various other modes of reaching out to all of us. But please reach out to us. Ensure that you have that thinking sorted out. Talk to people, network to people within your fraternity or within our fraternity, the multinationals, and we'll be happy to guide you. There are so many of us sitting inside Qualcomm who are wanting to be you. That's all I can tell you. So you are in a more privileged position than us. I think, and we have seen a lot of Qualcomm employees go out and create companies. There was an example of one company here, I won't name it. They joined Qualcomm, they created, it was more like an incubation, they went out, they created a company, they got acquired by one big company. So those are the promises of this land, and there cannot be another beautiful time. So all the best to all of you, and thank you, my panelist members, for this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent conversation. Thank you to the semi-majors and to the startups for sharing your experiential views. Hope it is beneficial to all. I would like to request and invite Ms. Sunita Verma, the Senior Director, METI, as we express our gratitude and appreciation to our distinguished speakers of this discussion. We present mementos and thank you once again. So thank you to Mr. Hitesh Garg. Thank you, Mr. Rajan Vagadia. Thank you to Mr. Deepak Shapeti. And thank you to Mr. Jyotis. I think we presented the memento here, so we just so we'll close with a group photograph. So we now have the second panel discussion, and as we've been speaking, one of the major successful major factor for successful scale up of any startup is the funding availability and the mentorship. So we have this now, the interesting discussion on how to attract investment in the semiconductor ecosystem from the VC industry. I invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Vinayak Dalmia, the CEO of Third iTech. Our panelist, Mr. Anandamoy Roy Chaudhary, the search partner Sequoia. Mr. Sudipto Sanigrahi, the principal Matrix Partners. Mr. Vishesh Rajaram, the managing partner Special Invest. Mr. Surya Prakash Konanuru, the CTO, Ideas Spring Capital. And we also have Mr. Ganapati Subramanian, the partner Celestia Capital, who's going to be joining us online. Welcome to you, sir. So this is the last session which we have, and after that it's lunch. So would like to request our moderator to kindly carry forward the proceedings of this session. Just a request, half an hour session. Thank you.
Testing. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for still being here. I know the last session is, normally the punishment session, but we'll try and make it informative and interesting, and hopefully end on that inspiring note with which we began in the morning. But before that, I'd like to obviously thank METI, thank the Indian Semiconductor Mission, thank the Honorable Minister who's not here right now, because I've seen that from, I've seen what the Semiconductor Mission has done and what the Minister has done from day zero. And, it is very, very rare to meet a politician who can talk about chip design, who can talk about fab manufacturing, and India is really lucky to have somebody like him who can sort of, understand the deep domain and then walk the talk. Like everybody said, the opportunity now is to look ahead. In India, yes, many previous attempts, there have been many slips between the cup and the lip. But I truly, genuinely believe, I run a semiconductor company myself, it's a product of this campus, that this time is different. With that, we were very lucky to have a great panel with us, right? Because without private capital, a deep tech ecosystem is not possible. We have Mr. Subramaniam from Texas Instruments. He's worked over 15 years in the industry. He was founder and CEO of a company before that got acquired by Cadence. We have Roy here from Sequoia. He's got all the money, so you should get hold of him right after. We have Vishesh from Speciale, who's a deep tech investor, and they've been doing a lot of very interesting deep tech investments, even outside of semiconductors. We have Sudipto from Matrix Partners, another big fund with the ability to write seriously large checks, essential for the ecosystem. We have Mr. Surya Prakash from Idea Spring, another fund investing in early stage B2B. So we have a really good group, and I would like to try and sort of formulate questions around themes and try and give every panelist an opportunity to touch upon them. So I would like to ask each investor two questions, and they're clubbed in the same theme. From when you map out the ecosystem in India today, where do you see opportunities in the semiconductor ecosystem? And what makes you believe this time is different? Because historically, for let's say, anecdotally, every dollar invested in a software company, probably a cent went into deep tech, if not lower than that. So what would be different this time, and how are you guys respectively one by one thinking about the ecosystem and the opportunities today for any young entrepreneur wanting to get into the space?
Is that specific to deep tech, or is it semicon only? Yeah.
Semicon, because that's sort of...
Yeah, so I think you're right, it's different this time. It's different because of a few different factors. One, I think, is the fact that there is recognition globally that India can be a destination not just for services but for products. And this stretches beyond semicon, it stretches to a wide variety of other manufacturing technologies. And semicon is an extension of that. The second, it's different this time, is also because there is a large India consumption story attached to the semiconductor play, right? It's just not, let's put a design house and create opportunities for North America or the West, but the previous panel was talking about how automotive markets in India or IoT markets in India or manufacturing markets in India are going to be consuming these chips. And therefore, there's relevancy to be close to market, to understand customer needs, and to possibly work on open source technologies for you to come up with products that most people didn't make before, didn't think of before. And there's always a David versus Goliath analogy, right? You got to be the David as a startup, and you got to think of places where you can be the underdog and still beat the big boys. And I think the time is now. We're fortunate to co-invest with Roy in another company, which of course I'm sure we'll talk more about. But still a long road ahead, but exciting to be here.
Thanks, Vishesh. Very similar thoughts. So I'm Sudipto from Matrix Partners India. And Matrix Partners is a global fund, offices across US, India, and China. And in the US, we're very big on semiconductors and hardware. We're early backers of Apple, we're investors in SanDisk, Xilinx, Oculus, bunch of companies in hardware. But in India, 2-3 years back, we were not investing in hardware and especially on semiconductors for precisely 2-3 reasons. One, to build a large semiconductor company, and a lot of panelists before me have also spoken about it, you need the end consumer market. And unfortunately, India end consumer market never existed. And all the smartphones the consumer electronics, the cloud servers, they were all getting built out of India. So Indian semiconductor companies did not have customers to build for. Second, for the longest time between 2000 to say 2017-18, there wasn't a lot of innovation also happening in the broader chips ecosystem. People were comfortable with global supply chains. They were comfortable with machines getting manufactured in Netherlands, chips getting, fabs getting set up in Taiwan, and design happening in the US. And before COVID, there was no real reason for make in India, make in US, make in China, make in EU that we are seeing in the semi space. So I think those were the two reasons why we had not invested in the past. And those are the two precise reasons why we are looking to invest more in semiconductors in India, because now the end market is there. There's a reason to make in India. And we always had the talent. We had 20% of design talent in India always. Now on the areas which we are excited in semiconductors, I think it's always end customer backwards because we're building for a customer. There's this famous example of GraphCore which became big depending on Microsoft, but the moment Microsoft moved to NVIDIA for their cloud, the company struggled, right? So for semiconductor startups, it's important to build in end industries that are going to grow in India. For us, we are early investors in Ola Electric, and we see EVs and autos as a huge space where 20 to 30% of the BOM of a two-wheeler is actually chips. So build for EVs. 5G, telecom will actually boom through India over the next decade. So build for telecom, build for defense, build for consumer electronics. So in terms of sectors and areas, I would say do customer backwards and see which sectors in India will grow. And almost all sectors need chips. So build chips for sectors that are actually growing in India. So that's how I would think about it.
Thanks. So hi, I'm Roy. I work for Sequoia Capital India and Southeast Asia based out of Singapore. Echo all the thoughts of Sudipto. I think those markets are interesting, but in the interest of saying something different, I think there are two additional things that at least we are excited about. One is essentially what we think of as the death of Moore's law, right? The fact that you really can't continue to get performance improvements by shrinking the production process anymore. We're at 2 nanometers. It's close to the end, if not the end. And so we're actually excited about made in India for global sorts of applications as well. And I suspect you guys will be as well, but you know, just to say, like I said, to say something different. The key being lots and lots of custom silicon needs to be built to continue to get performance enhancements. We really are intrigued by specialized edge use cases in AI. Folks, you know, trying to run more and more models on chip, you know, inference on the edge, things of that nature. And you know, if anybody wants to build a GPU out of India, just please talk to me. I would love to support something like that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Suri from Idea Spring Capital. We invest in early stage B2B product startups, and in most of the times, actually, we have invested in software companies, right? As a small fund, usually, like, it was easy to invest in software and things like that. But what we have seen over a period of last 7 years is that there is more support from the government to help. One is build demand. That's one of the things we have seen, and because of that, because for any startup, unless there is demand, what are you building, right? So that is one part. And the other thing is also the help government is giving at the early stage. Because many of these things are long gestation and needs a lot of money. So because of that, actually, for a small fund like us, it's good to come when they have already built something, right? And so this is very similar to what I would say, what government has done for, say, biotech, right? So there's a lot of grants which people use and actually build the initial part, and then actually like investors come in and actually like help them grow. So I see similar picture here. So it's good to actually have government supporting this. And for the last 5 years, we had not invested in many of the hardware startups, but we have started doing that. We have invested in drone startups, okay, and we have investing in 5G startups because there is demand and there is talent, which was always there. So all things are aligning towards actually successes for semiconductor industry. That's the reason why we are actually interested in these startups.
Thank you. I think we have one more colleague virtually. So,
yeah, hi. Yeah. This is Gani. I'm a partner in Celesta Capital. And Celesta is, as a deep tech firm, has backed a lot of fabulous companies globally. In fact, portfolio companies are in fabulous domain. You're able to hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. So what has changed clearly is, undoubtedly is the government push. You see the government writing the $10 billion outlay, not only just supporting capital things like display fab and fab, but a huge amount of investments or DLI schemes and C2S schemes going into the fabless space, which is very important because the fab has to be utilized, and for that, hundreds of fabless companies have to be there. So I think the 360-degree plan is, I would say, is a significant momentum creator. And apart from that, India is a very strong, confident country now. When I started Cosmic Circuits in 2005, very difficult at that time to get any term sheet for a fabless company, but that's not the case anymore. So we are a very strong, confident country. We're having incredible amount of activities happening, just like Vishesh said, not only in fabless, but in space, but robotics, EV, etc. All this will create significant momentum for fabless. In terms of opportunities, the way in which I see it is, there are two types of fabless companies. One is you create globally competitive fabless companies, which means the word deep tech by means you should be globally competitive, but creating fabless companies for global market. That's what India did so far. If you look at Cosmic Circuits, which I co-founded, or Aura Semi, which was our first investment from Celesta in 2016, which is valued north of $1 billion today, all created chips for global market, not for India market. So that opportunity will continue to exist, and a group of entrepreneurs would try and do the world's best GPU, world's best AI processor, etc. from India. It's going to happen in the next 5 years. But equally more important is, like one of the panelists said, there is an emergence of a lot of end equipments that's going to happen in India, and we will start creating chips to be consumed in India also, and that will give you the initial push, right? I invested in IdeaForge in 2016. They created drones for India market, but now we are spreading outside India. That's going to happen in every market. You will start using India as the first market, and then emerge laterally to the neighboring countries like Southeast Asia initially, and then to the Western countries later. So, I think it's a great road ahead for fabless space, and a large credit, in my opinion, goes for a strong, confident India and a lot of government policies towards it.
Thank you. So I think that's a really good sort of lay of the land on why the investors think this is different and where the opportunities are. I'll summarize this round of the conversation, in terms of the domestic opportunity. Very recently, I think recently as last week, one of our fab partners, large foundry based out of Europe and Japan, emailed me saying, your market, which is the India market, is still flooded by Chinese chips. There was a particular chip we're taping out with them, and he wrote back to me saying, your market is flooded right now with Chinese chips. That's going to change. That's going to change because Indian companies are going to build better products, and also because the government is going to, eventually come in and start blocking those Chinese chips. So that's a huge opportunity across sort of the domestic chip stack. The next question that I would like to segue into, because I think some of the panelists kind of touched upon it, is the defense ecosystem. Historically, VCs have tended to shy away from the defense sector, and for good reason. But again and again, what I am seeing is a lot of chips are dual use by definition, right? Military is a big consumer of chips. Yes, it's not the biggest market. The biggest market is consumer or auto or EVs. But sometimes military, even if you study the history of Silicon Valley, how the chip ecosystem got built there, or even in Israel, the military actually was a great first customer. It allowed you to do the product market fit, ruggedize your chips, put them out in the field or in some kind of data center before you were able to go mass market into consumer or commercial. How are all these investors, and we'll again start with the same order, thinking about the defense ecosystem? Because I believe it's an important play for the chip sector.
I think historically the challenge from an investor standpoint has been to understand the value chain of how decisions get made and how business gets done. But things have changed there too, and I think a lot of this being driven by the government. There's a recent program called the IDEX program, which sort of emulates itself on the DARPA in the US or on the Israeli Innovation Authority of Israel, where the government or the defense is essentially coming out and putting out projects or technology stacks and saying that there's somebody willing to build, then they'll be the early test customer. They're happy to fund NRE or they're happy to fund development of it. And I think that's a great start. We've had a couple of our companies that are actually beneficiaries of working with the defense as part of that. One is a quantum security company, the other one's a space tech company. But I'm sure all of this will trickle down to a cohesive partnership where they're also identifying the right projects and there are enough takers for it, which then makes it a win-win partnership. At this point, it's good that there's a start. It's good that a lot of startups are going through this process and hopefully more to come.
Adding a couple of non-incremental points, maybe first let's address the question, why have investors not invested in defense startups, right? And generally, the reluctance has been because of the unpredictability of receivables and cash flows. That if you're working with a PSU or a government agency, the cash flow is assured, how long will it take for you to get the money back, right? But that has significantly changed over the past few years. And as Vishesh was saying, all the critical technologies that the country will be developing across space, semiconductors, AI, etc., will have a government angle to it. And it will be a reasonably large market, and there Make in India will be extremely important for the government to also purchase. So I feel a lot has changed over the past few years, and it's a very large market. And B, there are a lot of very specific opportunities. For example, using gallium nitride for power electronics for radars, etc., right, which are opening up, with the market in India, especially government, is actually very large. And there are trade restrictions, for example, in gallium nitride in terms of importing, etc., where you have to build in India. So I think it's changing, and there will be interesting companies that will come out catering to the government market, and as investors, we're supportive.
I think maybe slightly contrary point of view. I think at least for very early stage startups, you have to understand that the buying cycle and the adoption cycle of defense, for very good reason, has to be very well thought through, right? And you really can't sort of take massive bets on early stage unproven technology. And so while you can definitely get into sort of interesting trials, etc., at least our advice to most startups would be, you want to try to have at least one other market, and maybe defense is a little bit later. And unless you're doing something that's almost purely a military application, I would argue that, you want to maybe as you prioritize your markets, you prioritize defense a little bit later, try to win an easier segment up front, where there's a little bit more tolerance for failure, before you sort of get into the, to the really tough markets, right? And I think this is actually globally true. Even in the US, it's super hard to actually win defense contracts up front as a startup. Some folks can do it, but that requires a very different sort of mindset and a very different sort of capital stack as well. So if you think about how your capital is structured and what you need to show in terms of momentum, I would use that as a sort of as a gating factor to how much time I spend with defense, at least in the very early stages. Now, as of course as you have sort of product market fit and you're able to sort of sell, I think again the point Sudipto made is very valid. We do see that engaging and sort of working with this government is significantly easier, and at least a lot of those cash flow and receivables issues have been managed much better than in the past. So I think that's definitely true. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that the life cycle and the thought process of that industry, by their own definition, has to be very long term. And so, I'd be careful and pick the right time.
Yeah, actually we suggest to startups to actually not only work with government but also enterprises. That way actually you have a mix of both. But as Vishesh and others mentioned, IDEX program has been a great help to many of these startups, because they not only fund the development but also promise 10 times that actually as a business, right? So that helps a lot in getting that confidence and building that product. But at the same time, see, defense has always worked with big companies. Like startups are very different. The products are yet to mature and all those things. But like, I really love that government is giving support even to those startups, like to actually build something and actually work with them. So that's really good. But I always suggest do both. We usually invest in companies which work with both enterprises and startups.
Thank you.
And defense.
Thanks. Ganeem, over to you.
Yeah, so our fund actually picked the first 3 deep tech investments we made are, one is in the fabless space, RR Semiconductor, which I mentioned to you. It's a product company, $100 million of revenue last year. And the next 2 are actually in defense. One is Idea Forge, the drone company, and third is Hon'ble Imaging, which is the electro-optics company. So the panelists made pretty important comments, or all the comments are factual and completely agreeable. So the way in which we pick the defense focus is, if there is a large market in India, and if it significantly increases India's security, etc., then I think you can make a bet. For example, drones definitely is a security threat, and India needs tons of drones. So very easy to back that, right? Similarly, electro-optics. I'm sure you all know about ITAR limitation. You don't get first-grade electro-optics to the Indian market, and India needs tons and tons of electro-optics, which is thermal images. So we went and backed a company called Hon'ble, which kind of democratized the entire electro-optics by, kind of doing it in a horizontal way rather than a vertical way. So there are some interesting pieces in defense which could be backed, and we would continue to do so also. When it comes to chips, I strongly believe India's talent is stellar talent. The kind of talent that is residing in the MNCs today in India, they do world-class products. They're second to none. They're leading-edge products. So I don't think we need the cushion of defense to be a stellar in chip market. I don't think even we need that accelerators. I think we have a strong talent pool. The non-availability of risk capital was a big issue. That's getting close to some extent now. The government is really putting a lot of pressure in marketing India as a hub for fabless semiconductors, fabs, etc. That should help. It's too important now that the good talent in India, which is, in my opinion, one of the largest in the world, should come out and start building these products. So I personally think for the chips, I don't think we need defense as an entry point. But there are interesting sectors in defense which would be very interesting even for a venture capital. Just to say that Idea Forge, within 4 or 5 years of our investment, we have filed for DRHP and expect to go public. And similarly, in Hon'ble, we have hundreds of crores of revenue. So things are changing, right? Things are changing. But I do agree with all the panelists' view on this market.
So, no, thank you. That's, again, an interesting perspective because we get sort of, divided house on this. I tend to sort of agree a little bit more with Gunny than, and the people who are sort of more bullish on the defense sector. The defense procurement cycle is painful. But what we forget is enterprise cycles are equally painful. Try selling your chip to Qualcomm. All due respect. Good luck. Right? It's not easy. So enterprise sales are slow period. Government sales are also slow. But if you look at the import bill that this country today has on defense, on even if you look at the subsector of microelectronics within defense, it will boggle your mind. And that is a business opportunity where multiple large companies can get created. With that, the next theme, which I find a lot of young chip startups struggling with, and I would love to hear the perspective of the panel here, is chip versus system. The problem is in a work-in-progress ecosystem, which is what we have right now, trying to sell a standalone chip is a little bit hard. Because you end up dealing with a lot of end customers who want systems. And that sort of is, I've seen a lot of startups with a lot of potential, a lot of great ideas on the silicon, not able to go to market properly because that chip to system journey is missing because the ecosystem is a work in progress. Would love to hear thoughts from the panel on that.
No, I think you're bang on, but things are changing. I think we are seeing more companies that are looking at application layers on top of chips. Roy, if you have permission, the company that we've invested is a company called Mindgrove. They're building application layers specific for India to begin with, and of course other applications as well. But I think that's the way forward. That'll be the evolution. You've seen Gen 1, Gen 2, and this is possibly Gen 3 with a lot of support coming up. So yeah, I'd agree, but we're seeing the positive side of it as well.
Very similar to Vishesh. I think in the end, it's always customer backwards and figuring out which customer you are selling to and what is their need. If you are building for EVs, what do the top 10 EV companies in the country need? Which particular chip do they want to substitute? Which particular system they want to substitute? And then building for that. So if you take a customer backward lens, I think the answer becomes slightly clear. And for me, that's probably the biggest shift we need to do, where we start thinking, who is the end customer? What do they need? Let's co-create with them. And if we do that, then essentially we'll be successful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at least for us, we think of these two companies differently, right? So there's chip companies and there's system companies. And at least for SoC companies, yes, customer first, all of that stuff. In the in-core case, a little bit more chip-oriented, which I think is, again, fine because you have a different kind of a customer, right? I think the challenge is if you are, to your point, I think, which is if you do chips, but you're trying to sell to the end user, that's a world of hurt, right? Because you just don't have all of the stuff in between. So, yeah, I think, you know, if you want to build a chip company, recognize that you have a different, smaller client base, and then, you know, just sort of tailor accordingly. But we think of these as distinct. There are distinct opportunities in both of these, and at least we are happy to back both.
I come from a software world, okay. So customers always want solution, not a product. So that's the way one should look at. So at the same time, maybe in semiconductor industry, you may not be able to build the entire solution. So you have to figure out partners to actually like, how do you finally like have a solution in mind, but you may build a small portion of that. But you have to partner with others to actually give the full solution to customers. That's what I would say.
Thanks. Gani, over to you.
I mean, the answer is pretty dependent upon the type of semiconductors you build, right? I mean, if you're building an analog or a memory, I don't think there is anything of system you need to really worry. A power management chip to drive a BLDC motor or a cell phone chip doesn't need to have you need to, of course, do the system, but that doesn't mean that you need to have tons of system knowledge, right? So, the systems to be sold separately. So, a Maxim, several Chinese companies, several Taiwanese companies have been extraordinarily successful by just building chips. So, I would say things like analog chips, memory chips, doesn't really necessarily mandate that you need to sell systems. But on the other side, if you look at large SoCs, which is going into a cable modem or a DSL modem or an optical transceiver, you know, I don't know whether you know, most of the large companies, chip companies would say for every one design engineer, they have 2 systems engineer. So that is the type of strength that these companies have. So they have a lot of systems people pretty much creating the reference system, which then gets replicated in millions in Taiwan or China for end customer. So, but still Broadcom or a Qualcomm would still chips only. They will sell the reference card and still sell the chips. So the way to understand this, analog memory, I'm sure that you can sell it as a standalone chip company. For large SoCs, you need to build a large system expertise, and that's how you go up in the value chain. But still end up selling only the chips. I think it's necessary to sell the systems may not be correct. I think in India, sometimes we are forced into this because we have lack of a very large market yet. But once that gets broken, I think we will be able to just sell chips alone and make big money in that segment.
Thank you. This was a great, in my opinion, theme, because I think a lot of startups go through this, as you said, either you segregate chip or system, or some people are forced to build both because the ecosystem is not there yet. Either way, there are opportunities, is what the panel believes. I think the next theme I would touch upon are 2 distinct questions where What are you guys thinking about? Again, I know we touched upon this, the RISC-V opportunity, where does India play a role there? Because at least from what I know, China has also invested heavily in the RISC-V architecture. So where does India play? Does India have to catch up, or is there still plenty of opportunity? The second is, one of the defining technologies of our era is going to be AI. We're seeing that with language models and other things. What chip-specific opportunities do you think you can ride the coattail of, given where AI is going to go? So these are the two kind of questions I would like to sort of ask the panel, because I'm sure you've done some internal firm thesis on both these things.
Thanks. So I think if you go back to the problem statement that you want to have India resilience and you want to make chips that are secure for India in India, and then you're starting to build the core yourself, you then have to find a level playing field. You have to find something that's open sourceable. You have to find something that, you're not 20 years behind somebody else. And I think RISC-V is a great starting point. And even if there's another nation which is marginally ahead of you, it's irrelevant, because it still allows you to go and deliver on the promise and come out with a core that you can use it in a secure way in your own country. I think that's the opportunity RISC-V gives us, and we believe in it, and a lot of our work is actually more centered around that, because I think our immediate opportunity is, let's just build for the country. There is enough applications, there's enough market here. AI and chip and inferences, of course that's a large market, it's a global need. It's not easy for me sitting here to figure out competitiveness so obviously as it is in the RISC-V opportunity. So we've actually gone ahead and done a little more work on the RISC-V vis-a-vis the edge AI inference opportunity that of course presents itself.
Completely agree with Vishesh on that it's a very independent India opportunity, and what another country is doing is not impacting, because they are building chips for their end users, we are building chips for our end users, and hopefully for the world. And sitting in India, it's much easier to build for the world over the next 10-15 years versus actually in China, given our geopolitical reasons. I think if I take a step back, right, how is RISC-V actually helping entrepreneurs? And in my mind, most of the applications that we are going to build over the next 10-15 years are not rocket science. I think, is there an opportunity to beat NVIDIA in their AI accelerators? Unclear. But is there an opportunity that every telecom tower in India is run on an India chip? Absolutely. And in doing that, what was the hurdle for most companies to start? First, if you had to build a chip, either you licensed your products from a bunch of large MNCs and paid a lot of royalty, or you built from scratch. And it was extremely difficult to build from scratch, so you had to take the royalty route. Today, because of the Shakti Labs ecosystem at IIT Madras, because of the processes that we have, the job for a startup to do the 0 to 1 has become significantly easier. And for me, I think that's the biggest thing that RISC-V has done, that you have a microprocessor built in India, free from royalty, that you can use in your SoC and start building. And the way I would think about it is, look at individual opportunities, see where chips have been being used, but not probably innovated or innovated in the last 20-30 years. Critical for the country, use RISC-V and build it again. That's the broader theme. I think, again, in terms of AI, most of the AI use cases, if I see in the US, right, they are actually about building supercomputers, or essentially solving for the cloud to begin with, and then probably solving for smartphones, electronics, etc. Unclear again what's the opportunity for India, but as I said, every chip and every system can actually benefit because of AI. And if I take any process, right, take a chip for a radar as well, and think AI first, what all can be built, I think there is an opportunity. So I think the opportunity is not in building an AI accelerator, the opportunity is taking every chip, using the technology built in country, thinking AI first, and rebuilding it. And then that's broadly how I would think about the opportunity.
Yeah, no, I think similar-ish. I think, at least the first two companies we've backed in this space are essentially from the RISC-V movement, right? So the CTO of Incor, Neil, is one of the steering committee members of RISC-V. IIT Chennai, the Professor Kamakoti, the folks there are playing a very significant role in RISC-V. And, we have a bit of a view because, we also have a China investing outfit and they invest in their part of the world. Obviously, they're super gung-ho on RISC-V as well, but as the other panelists have said, there is really no competitive issue here because, they're doing what they're doing, we'll do what we do. But the RISC-V opportunity is really a little bit of RISC-V versus ARM, right? Which is the big sort of giant in this space, which has a strong sort of hold on sort of licensing these chips. I think two things. One, I do think that, again, the global opportunity, I think we shouldn't sleep on that. I love the Make in India opportunity, and I think we should absolutely do those, and we'll invest in those all day. But there is a larger global opportunity. Again, Sudipto touched on that, which is the fact that it is just a lot easier to buy these chips when they're made in India versus made otherwhere, in other places. So it is a massive export opportunity for us, and we should definitely be jumping on that. So I think RISC-V is super exciting. If you're working on it or if you're looking to work on it, you absolutely should. I think AI, again, I have a slightly different point of view. I think there are opportunities in three places. I think there is an edge opportunity. Again, everybody, whether it's NVIDIA, AMD, the GPU war, that is all for inferences in the cloud. And yes, those people have a tremendous head start. Unclear how you will sort of disrupt that, or if you can. But the edge is still a little bit unclaimed. The whole, the ability to train more limited models, etc., to do, edge inference will be very interesting. And there'll be lots and lots of interesting use cases that come out of that. And for folks who are interested in working in AI, I think the edge AI use case is very interesting. Again, it's not a secret, I personally would love to see a GPU come out of India. I don't think it's actually as hard as people make it seem to be. And so I do think that we can compete. I don't think you build the fastest GPU necessarily, but you can build an incredibly good price performance GPU that actually makes a difference in inference and also in training. And I think the third one is training. Again, if you think about AI, right? Again, most people when they think about AI, they think about inference, but they don't think enough about training. And there is a very nice opportunity there as well to make it possible for folks to train these large models in a cheaper, faster way, a lot of which is hardware dependent, right? The reason why it costs many millions of dollars to train these things, a lot of it has to do with data movement and how that slows things down. So the AI answer is a bit sort of broad, but I think in each of these segments there are specific opportunities that we are very keen on sort of, even finding folks who can incubate with. So
I think most points are covered. Maybe I'll try to cover it from a developer's perspective because I'm an engineer. Okay, so just imagine when you give open source to a lot of talented engineers, you know what happens, right? So basically, like even take OpenAI, how it actually and what are the kind of things people are building. So I would say going with RISC-V, which is an open source ISA. So that actually people can take that and look at various use cases and try to see what they can do with it. So they can really build things together, put things together to build innovative solutions. And we have enough talent to do that. So that's why I support.
To our last panelist.
Very quickly, the same point. I mean, RISC-V probably is the best opportunity for India to start with. Many applications starting from smart meters, even EV vehicles, battery chargers, all, India could nicely take this cushion of RISC-V and start and build on that. And I think that's what the two companies the panelist mentions hopefully will accomplish also. We just don't need to worry about China. The biggest competition in RISC-V, in fact, in my opinion, will be from US. But I think India has a head start for Indian market with the RISC-V. And hopefully that will open up for the first of the opportunities. In terms of AI or any field for that matter, new ways of doing things will emerge. If it is edge, as one of the panelists was telling, we need to look at sub-threshold, how do we get the lowest possible current, etc. Right? And if it is in the data side, the server side, it's the complexity of how much you can train and the large compute you have. For example, we invested in Habana, right? In probably 5-6 years back, got bought over by Intel for $2 billion or so. And after a year or so, we invested in Sambanova, which is valued at more than 5 billion now, all in the same space. Okay. So I think the point I'm trying to say is, I mean, innovative companies will keep coming up. So I don't think there is, we have lost the boat, etc. Would be a position to take. I'm sure smart guys will figure out a way to do new chips and new architecture.
Thank you so much. So I think it's really interesting what the panel is saying, that there is a lot of opportunity on RISC-V, because like you rightly said, give a bunch of engineers open source and they'll start creating magic on their own. On a lighter note, Google might be regretting open sourcing transformers, but that's a discussion for a different day. And I do echo your dream and passion that India can create its own GPU. And, we will. I do certainly believe that we will create that in the next 5-6 years. I'm running out of time, unfortunately. I had a whole host of other questions, but maybe for another day. I'd like to, wrap up by saying what I believe, what I think of deep tech and what I think of semiconductors in particular. I think for a truly successful deep tech ecosystem to emerge, it has to be a true public-private partnership. It has to be a marriage of Lakshmi and of Durga. Right? Durga is the instrument of state, it's the instrument of power, it's policy. Lakshmi is the capital. Of course, there is also Saraswati because you need the intellect. But it has to be truly a public-private partnership. And, I truly believe the stars, it's written in the stars, that India is going to create unicorns in the semiconductor space faster than we realize. And on that positive note, thank you so much to IIT, to METI, to ISM, and to my fellow panelists. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you to our panelists. I would like to once again request Ms. Sunita, the Senior Director of METI, to please join us as we present the mementos to our eminent speakers. Thanking first our moderator, Mr. Vinayak Dalmia. Thank you. Thank you so very much for adhering to the time also, and we covered almost all the doubts or the queries, I'm sure, which are in the minds. Mr. Vinayak, yeah. Okay. Thanking Mr. Sudipto Sanigrahi. Mr. Vishesh Rajaram. Mr. Surya Prakash Kononuru, that son, and our moderator now. And yes, to Mr. Ganapati Subramaniam also, who was there with us online. We'll close with a group photograph. Okay, have I missed? No. Yeah, I think he's signed off or something. So, ladies and gentlemen, as aired by everyone, that India has a huge talent pool, as the Prime Minister's message also spoke, to almost 20% of the world semiconductor engineers, and the best of them here in the country. There's a government support and the world leaders and the tech leaders, all of them echoing the same views that it is India's time. So with a very positive note of that, we need to design in India, design for the world, design for the future. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies. And we now invite you to please join us for lunch. You will have to walk back from the gate outside, from that side, exit gate, and take the steps, and it's on the ground floor. Thank you. Ground floor, no? So the lunch is in the ground floor. You will have to take the exit from at the back of this hall. Yeah.